Chapter 13:28. Serene Peril. It was peaceful in the eye of the storm, if a little bit eerie. The strange lack of the sensation of time had been uncomfortable at first, but Sonny quickly found himself forgetting that time had ever existed at all. The view of the azure sky reflecting on the perfectly calm water was beautiful and tranquil. The silence was like a lullaby, making him feel at ease. Sonny had not felt such peace in a long, long while. There was no need to hurry, and no possibility to do so anyway. Without telling how long their actions took, they could not know whether they were being slow or swift either. So, it was fine to just let go and remain still for a bit, enjoying the serene stillness of the world, which was why Sonny soon found himself feeling cold dread. And not. This is not good. It was just too easy to be lulled into inaction in this strange and frozen place. At some point, Sonny realized that he did not know how long he had remained sitting with his back against the side of the ketch without a thought in his head. His eyes widened slightly. If they weren't careful, would they end up frozen forever in the ice storm too, just like everything else was frozen in this tranquil haven? Shuddering, he turned to Anik and asked, "How long has it been since we reached this place?" She helplessly shook her small head. "I don't know, my lord." He hesitated. "How long before we dive back into the storm, then?" The child priestess peered into the distance. Her large blue eyes darkened somewhat. Nevertheless, she said resolutely, "We'll leave as soon as possible. Time might be frozen here, but it still flows outside. It is better not to linger otherwise. Fallen grace might already be destroyed when we finally escape the disaster, and I would have failed in my task." Sonny let out a relieved sigh. Right, it is not too bad. They had not been caught in the trap of frozen time yet. Anik was proof she had grown a bit younger after they had entered the eye of the storm, meaning that the circle of tranquil water was moving in relation to the unceasing current of the great river. Since she had not turned even younger yet, they couldn't have been idling in the serene silence for too long. She was like their anchor in this beautiful and insidiously dreadful place. Thank the gods! Sonny suddenly wanted to laugh. He could have never imagined that he would be desperate to dive back into the nightmarish havoc of the deathly storm, but here it was, the desire to escape the tranquil circle of frozen time, fast. The future was truly unknowable, and one could never say never. Nephi stirred at the bow of the ketch and looked at them, her expression stiff. "I've been keeping an eye on the wall of the storm. We have drawn closer to the outer boundary somewhat, but without the current, the ketch is moving too slowly. In fact, it is not moving at all. We will have to raise the sails and summon the wind." It seemed that she had never lost track of their goal. Sonny sighed. The nature of time might have changed, but Neff never did, at least the deepest reaches of her heart did not. She was still just like she had been all those years ago, beneath the branches of the soul-devouring tree. Back then, she had also spent all her time on the shore of the Ashen Barrow, looking west even if she couldn't quite remember why. Her single-minded determination was something to rely on as well. It was ironic, really. A girl whose fate it was to bring change was the most unchanging thing in Sonny's life. As he was thinking that, Anik's shoulders fell slightly. "Yes, my lady, just give me a moment and Nephi shook her head. "No, I will summon the wind and I will steer the ketch. I will guide us out of the storm when we enter it as well." The child priestess looked up at her with a startled expression. "But my lady." Neff stared at her somberly for a few moments, her gaze heavy. Eventually, she said bluntly, "You have grown too weak, Anik. I am sorry, your body is not strong enough to handle the strain. You can't even reach the deck with your feet while sitting on the helmsman's bench. How are you going to control the oar?" She looked down, then sighed. Walking up to the child priestess, Nephi patted her on the shoulder and forced out a smile. "Don't worry. Isn't that why you taught me? You taught me well. I will steer the ketch while you keep the broken time at bay. Each of the three of us will make sure that we escape the storm alive." With that, she threw a poignant look at Sonny. He felt sorry for Anik, but knew that Nephi's was right. Their guide was not capable of guiding the boat through a raging storm anymore. Even if it hurt her pride and went against her determination, it was time for the two of them to protect Anik instead of being protected by her. They had to make sure that she survived the storm. And after that, they had to make sure that she had the means of returning to Weave, too. How did everything become so complicated? The damned storm had thoroughly destroyed their plans. Now, all they could do was finish their battle against it and then come up with new ones. The strain on Sunny was going to increase, considering that he would be draining the water from the ketch alone this time. But he would have to manage somehow. If there was one consolation, it was that half of the journey was already behind them. Knowing that each minute brought them closer to safety, he wouldn't need to preserve his essence as much. Sunny smiled, then clapped his hands. "All right, let's get out of the eye of the storm first. Honestly, this beautiful place is way too creepy. I'll feel better once we're drowning in raging water and being battered by devastating winds. Wouldn't you?" Not to mention that he was still struggling against an overwhelming desire to peer into the reflections frozen in the still water, consequences be damned. Anik lowered her head, despondent, but there was nothing she could say. Her small frame was indeed not suitable for steering the ketch through the powerful storm anymore. Transcendent or not, she was still a child now. Feeling a sense of urgency, the three of them struggled against the lulling tranquility of the frozen time and hurried themselves, hoping to return to the crushing embrace of the storm as soon as possible. Chapter 13:29. Last hurdle. As Nephi steered the ketch toward the wall of darkness, Sunny had some time to prepare himself mentally for the arduous struggle that lay ahead of them. He also had time to observe Anik closer. What he saw did not bode well. Despite being an adult and someone hundreds of years old, at that the priestess had regained the body of a young child. Looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to remember how ancient, decrepit, and frail she had been once when they met her in the far future. But the change was not exactly a benevolent one. Despite being full of vitality, Anik had obviously grown much weaker. Her immature body was not as strong and physically capable as it had been before, but worse than that, the differences went deeper than that. As Sunny observed the child priestess, he slowly realized that her mind had been affected by her turning into a child as well. It was as though her head could not contain the mature consciousness of an experienced adult anymore, nor could her heart handle the powerful emotions of one with the same composure. Anik had not really turned dull or less intelligent, but there was a certain infantile straightforwardness to how she spoke and behaved now. Her eyes, which had always been wise, seemed slightly naive as well. Her mind was slowly regressing. Sunny felt cold claws grip his heart. "Curse it!" He gritted his teeth and looked down, but then forced himself to straighten. "Fine, it's fine. She has taken care of us enough, we'll take care of her now." Of course, they still needed the child priestess to protect the ketch from the ravages of broken time. Sunny hoped that she would be able to maintain the bubble of stability around the ketch both for their sake and her own. Once they were out of the storm, they would find a way to help her return to Weave, even if it meant turning around and sailing back upstream. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a sudden breeze that threw tiny droplets of water into his face. Sunny looked up, sensing the shadows around them shift. "We're here." The wall of darkness was already drawing close. "Hurry!" Nephi's dismissed the winds she had summoned and hurried to the middle of the ketch. Together, they swiftly lowered the sails and dismantled the masts, repeating the actions they had performed before entering the storm for the first time. By the time they were done, the water around them was not still anymore. Although weak, there was a hint of a current, pulling them toward the seething wall of dark mist. The light of the seven suns slowly dimmed, and the winds grew more violent. Sunny grimaced, sensing the bizarre transition from the absence of time to the unnerving mess of it being broken and volatile. "Come on, Anink." Despite his worries, the child priestess performed her task just as flawlessly as she had before. Submitting to her will, the feeling of time having gone mad diminished, allowing him to breathe freely. The nauseating feeling of fundamental wrongness in the world was still there, but bearable. Sunny quietly cursed. "Arg! I have not missed that sensation." The current was growing faster and faster, the still surface of the water becoming restless. Finally, waves appeared, small and weak at first, then chaotic and powerful. Standing at the stern of the ketch, Nephi steered it with an iron hand. Sparks of white flame danced in her eyes, refusing to be devoured by the encroaching darkness. "Here we go." The darkness swallowed the world once again. The tranquil silence was torn apart, replaced by the furious howling of the wind. The deck of the ketch jerked, mounting a tall wave. A thunderous thunderclap shook the world. This is it, the last hurdle. Looking into the nightmarish abyss of the storm, Sunny found Anink's shoulder and pulled her closer to him so that she wouldn't be thrown overboard by the violent waves. Looking down, he hesitated for a few moments and then smiled. "Don't worry. It will be fine. I once rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, you know. That was way scarier than this." Anink stared at him with her large azure eyes and then nodded. "Yes, my lord." Sunny grinned, then picked up the iron bowl and prepared to scoop up as much water as he could. "Granted, I only survived fighting the Sybil of the fallen grace by luck, and now I need to survive this storm somehow to meet her again. What a ridiculous turn of events, really." It was indeed a bit ridiculous. However, Sunny did not feel like laughing. The storm swallowed them like a giant beast. The ketch flew on the raging current, dwarfed by towering waves. The swirling mist enveloped the world, making it seem as though nothing except for the terrible disaster remained within the tomb of Ariel. The insidious tranquility of the eye of the storm seemed as though it had never existed. They had left its shelter, as well as the reflections of the gods and the demons, behind. Sunny would have felt regret at the missed opportunity to learn divine secrets, but he had no time to think about such things. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it back into the mist. His body did not ache for now. His reserves of essence were not empty for now. His mind was not numbed by the sickening feeling of time breaking apart for now. All these torments would come soon, and then hopefully he would leave them behind as well, to make space for some new horrors without a doubt. But one day, at the end of it all, a bright future awaited him. Maybe. For now, however, what lay ahead was the past. Sunny had to travel far into the past, meet Dusk of the fallen grace, find the members of the cohort and conquer this damned nightmare. Shielding his face from the devastating blow of the wind, he gritted his teeth. Ah, really now? They were braving a storm of broken time in the company of a 200-year-old child who was a priestess of the nightmare spell. Sunny chuckled. No one is going to believe this crap. Chapter 13:30. Floodgates. The time storm seemed even more violent the second time around. The deafening howling of the wind had grown deeper and louder, sounding more like a monstrous roar now. It was as if an enormous beast was struggling to break free of its chains somewhere below the waves, its voice reverberating across the entire world and shaking the heavens. The sky itself seemed like it had been torn asunder and collapsed. A flood of boiling mist poured through its broken dam, devouring the seething surface of the great river. The tiny speck of the wooden ketch flew through the howling abyss, surrounded by frenzied darkness. Sometimes, a thunderous crack would drown out the fury of the storm, as if the pillars of the world were fracturing and crumbling apart. Then, a blinding flash of lightning would momentarily illuminate the turbulent expanse of dark water. Hidden by the mist, colossal waves rose and fell like black mountains, carrying with them an obliterating weight. And those were only the outward manifestations of the harrowing storm. Sonny did not know what kind of destructive forces were clashing in the depths of the river below the ketch, but he could feel the nature of time turning more and more twisted around them. Even protected by Anik, he could feel his body and mind twist and crack with it. Arg! He failed to contend with the furious power of the wild current and was sent tumbling, colliding with the side of the ketch. Blinded by pain and ignoring it, Sonny reached out and caught the child priestess before she was washed overboard. The ropes connecting them to the ketch became entangled, but it was the least of his problems right now. The wooden boat was creaking and groaning around them, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Nephis had firmly planted herself at the stern, holding onto the steering oar with all her might. White flames were dancing in her eyes, and soft radiance rose from her skin, made vague and unclear by the veil of mist. The ketch was falling from a towering wave, and Sonny felt weightless for a moment. His body was actually separated from the deck. Drifting upward, he had to activate the feather of truth and make himself heavier in order to not be tossed into the air. Placing himself between the wooden deck and Anik, Sonny gritted his teeth. A moment later, the crushing impact of the fall came, knocking the wind out of him. Hurt, suffocating, he whispered a quiet curse. The ketch was filling up with water. How was he supposed to drain it if he couldn't even remain standing? They had done well up until now. It was impossible to tell how long their dreadful journey through the storm had lasted, but judging by how tired and battered his body was, it couldn't have been a small amount of time. Despite that, there was no sign of the furious disaster growing any weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more violent and dire, and now his strength was failing him. I can't resist it with just my body anymore. Sonny knew that he had to conserve his essence as much as possible, yet the situation had become too desperate. Even if it was too soon, there was no other choice but to burn the bridges and open the floodgates, hoping that the storm would subside sooner than his reserves ran dry. If not, it's going to be all right. Anik will just have to hold on for a little bit more. His whisper was too quiet for the child priestess to hear through the deafening roaring of the storm, but it made him feel stronger. Pushing himself off the deck, Sonny threw a somber glance at Nephis. Changing Star was standing at the stern of a ketch like a beautiful statue, surrounded by a white halo. Her slender figure, silhouetted by the fluttering fabric of the windswept tunic, was the only source of light in the ocean of seething darkness. Her face was pale and motionless, turned into a porcelain mask by the torment of her torturous flaw. Neff's eyes were grim and radiant, burning with furious resolve and cold determination. She was struggling just as much as he was. She was also just as stubborn and relentless as he was. Together, they were going to overcome this terrible storm despite it all. Sonny pushed air into his burning lungs. And then for a little bit more and a little bit more, sparks of light ignited in the mist around him, coalescing into several memories. First, a serpentine crown of black metal appeared on his head. Then, a flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hand. Sonny took a deep breath and activated the royal promise enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Immediately, he felt a subtle connection form between him and the seething waters of the great river. That connection was weak and insignificant, but it was strong enough for his goals. Commanding the water like he did shadows, Sonny willed it to move. The foaming water that filled the insides of the ketch, already reaching above his shins, suddenly stirred. Flowing in reverse, it tentatively crawled up the sides of the boat and spilled into the turbulent darkness beyond. 1 second passed, then another. A few heartbeats later, the remaining water was already not as deep as it had been before. This method was certainly much more convenient than draining it one scoop of the iron bowl at a time. On the downside, he could feel his essence disappearing with a frightening speed, as well as a heavy strain pressing down on his already reeling mind. Heavy. It's heavy, gritting his teeth, Sonny persisted. At the same time, he brought Bone's singer to his lips and blew into it. The next moment, a dome of blessed silence enveloped the ketch, sparing their ears from the staggering cacophony of the storm. The sudden lack of deafening noise left him stunned. Swaying, Sonny fell heavily to the deck and grabbed onto the side of the ketch, holding himself in place. Outside, the havoc of the time cataclysm was the same. The small boat was still being tossed around by the raging current, flying up the towering waves and then plummeting down. But inside, at least for a little while, there was silence and peace. Taking a shaky breath, Sonny lowered his head and wondered how long he would be able to keep this peace in existence. Not long. It won't be long at all. Chapter 1331. The Well of Wishes Nephi's continued to struggle against the storm, guiding them through the towering waves, but Sonny and Anik received a moment of respite. If it could even be called that, they were still inside the ketch, which was tossed around like a toy boat by the raging current. Sonny was using one hand and all of his tyrannical strength to keep himself in place while holding Anik with the other. But without the need to feverishly scoop out water, they at least could catch their breaths and remain motionless for a while, for as long as his essence lasted, that was. Sonny leaned against the wet wood tiredly, consumed by bitter exhaustion. His chest was rising heavily. Not good, being a supreme memory. The crown of twilight was a very powerful tool, but correspondingly it consumed a lot of essence. It was going to take a few minutes for his tentative authority over water to drain the entire boat. After that, it would be unwise to keep sustaining the effect of the royal promise. He sighed. What was even a minute? In this godforsaken storm, it was impossible to tell. The effects of time being broken were still ravaging them. Sonny had already grown accustomed to seeing ghastly hallucinations impose themselves on the bodies of Nephi's, Anik, and himself. There were vague, harrowing shapes sometimes appearing from the mist as well. He could never discern their nature, but the glimpses of unknown figures and events filled him with a deep sense of terror. Were they twisted fragments of the past, of the future, or something else entirely that had crawled into the world through the rifts in the broken framework of the absolute law? He did not know and did not wish to know. Perhaps this is how Cassie feels. There were shadows as well. They were just as twisted and perverse as the rest of things within the time storm. He had already limited the range of his shadow sense as much as it was possible, but he could still feel them, the chilling wrongness of them, and couldn't help but shudder. Sonny felt grim and hopeless. At that moment, a childish voice distracted him from his dark thoughts. My lord." He stirred and looked down at the small figure of the child priestess. Anik had grown even younger. Now she looked like a girl of maybe 7 years of age, tired and afraid. Her mind must have regressed further, too. She was still maintaining the bubble of stability around the ketch, but it felt weaker. She looked more like an actual child than a wise saint trapped in the body of one as well. Sonny forced out a weak smile and asked, trying to keep his tone soft, "What is it?" Anik lingered for a while, seemingly embarrassed. Eventually, though, she whispered in a small voice, "I'm scared." Those words, they cut Sonny like a knife. The proud priestess he knew would have never allowed herself to say something like that to a person she considered her ward. The fact that she had meant that Anik was gone further than he thought. His heart grasped by the icy claws of anger and regret, Sonny struggled to keep his bitter emotions away from his face. His smile froze. "There's no need to be afraid, Anik. We will escape this storm, the three of us. I am sure of it. See." He pointed to the water, which was flowing out of the ketch on its own. What he had said to the child priestess was not a lie. Sonny desperately believed that they would indeed survive the time storm, or rather, he had fooled himself into believing that. He might not have been able to lie to others, but lying to himself, that was the easiest thing in the world. Anik grew quiet, seemingly calmed a little by his words. However, her small face was still sick with fear. After a few moments, she asked again, her voice tentative, my lord." Sonny pulled her closer to him, struggling against the sudden movements of the ketch. "Yes," she hesitated a little. "Might you tell me a fairy tale?" He froze, startled by her request. It was natural for a distressed child to want to hear a fairy tale, probably. Right. The problem was, Sonny couldn't remember any. The only one that he could think of was the strange tale of the wooden boy that Nephis had told him about. But considering its macabre ending, he didn't think it was very suitable to tell that one to Anik. He shifted slightly, then said softly, "I'm sorry, I don't think I really know any fairy tales." The child priestess lowered her head. "Oh," Sonny hesitated for a moment. "How about you tell me one instead?" Anik looked at him in surprise, her large azure eyes widening. "Me," he nodded with an encouraging smile. "Yes, which one is your favorite?" The child priestess stared at him, sparks slowly igniting in her eyes. She seemed to have forgotten about the terrifying fury of the storm, at least for a moment. A tentative smile brightened her small face. "Oh, it is about the Well of Wishes." Sonny raised an eyebrow, acting as if he was paying rapt attention to her words. "The Well of Wishes, huh?" Anik nodded seriously. "Yes. They say that the world was born from a wish. And so, a Well of Wishes is hidden at the estuary of the river. Because it flows back in time to the moment when the world was born. Anyone who reaches there will have their most dear wish come true." Sonny tilted his head, surprised by the strange logic of the fairy tale, both by how odd it was, and that there strangely was logic to it at all. In the beginning, there was desire. Was it so wrong to say that the world was born from a wish? As the water left the ketch and his essence burned, the child priestess continued with a smile. "There was once a brave girl who was separated from her mother by the currents. The girl couldn't meet her mother because she was river-born. But she found a magic ship, which allowed her to sail the river just like an outsider. As the storm raged around them, Anik told him about the incredible adventures of the river-born girl in her small, childish voice. By the time the river-born girl found her outsider mother, the mother had grown weak and frail from old age. Knowing that time would separate them again soon, forever, the girl sailed for the estuary. Anik's voice had grown excited. And finally, she found the Well of Wishes. The girl's wish was to be with her mom, and so, the well made her mother river-born as well. She returned upstream on her magic ship, and they lived together happily forever." She looked at him expectantly, all worry gone from her face. Sonny held her close, feeling the violent forces of the storm trying to throw the battered ketch down. "That is a wonderful fairy tale, Anik. I liked it a lot." The child priestess smiled. "You are an outsider too, my lord. You don't even need a magic ship to reach the estuary. Maybe you can find the Well of Wishes too." He didn't have the heart to tell her that what waited in the estuary was the source of the defilement, and not a magical well that granted everyone their dearest wishes. Instead, Sonny lingered for a while. Eventually, he nodded. "Yes, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe I'll really find the Well of Wishes and have my greatest wish come true one day. Who's to say I won't?" He smiled. The Well of Wishes, Sonny tensed, feeling the approach of an impact. It was a beautiful fairy tale indeed. Chapter 1332. Splinters. The ketch was thrown into the air by the powerful current, like it had been 1,000 times already, and then plummeted down. Bruised and battered, Sonny gritted his teeth and prepared to endure the violent shock of the impact, just like he had endured 1,000 of them already. The seething water seemed as hard as stone when the bottom of the wooden boat hit it. He held on to the side of the ketch, feeling a grim sense of fatigue and hopelessness overwhelm his mind. The darkness was as oppressive as it had been before, the mist was as blinding as it had been before, and the fury of the storm was as chillingly dreadful as it had been before. However, this impact was different from all the previous ones. Sonny failed to see the moment the wood split, but he heard it. Even through the howling of the hurricane wind and the roaring of the falling waves, The cracking sound seemed clear and deafening. By the time he turned, Nephi's was already falling. She hit the deck with a dull thump, leaving a streak of blood on it, and tumbled forward. A split second later, her back hit the protruding fittings of the dismantled mast, violently arresting her fall. A stifled groan escaped from her lips. What happened? It took Sunny a moment to notice a jagged piece of broken wood that she was gripping with both hands, still, her knuckles white. Then he hurriedly glanced at the stern of the ketch. His pupils narrowed. The steering oar was gone. There was only the piece Nephi's was holding, and a scattering of wet splinters on the deck. The rest of it had shattered and was washed away by the raging current. Sunny froze for a moment, both terrified and relieved because it was not the deck itself that had cracked, terrified because the ketch had become completely uncontrollable now. The next wave was already approaching, and with no one to steer the boat to face it directly, it was going to hit them from the side, which meant that the ketch would most likely roll. Even if it didn't immediately, there would be the next wave, and the next, and the next, and 1,000 more after that. Without a helmsman leading the ketch through the storm, they were doomed. Curse it! There was no time to think, so he just acted on instinct. Releasing the enchantments of the Crown of Twilight and the Bone Singer, Sunny called upon the shadows instead. A tide of them poured out of the small stone lantern that hung on his belt, filling the ketch. There had already been shadows there, but all of them were twisted and broken, turned wrong and eerie by the ravages of broken time. Sunny wasn't sure that he could communicate with these shadows, and so he summoned more reliable helpers from within the shadow lantern. The cacophony of the storm returned with a deafening vengeance, hitting Sunny like a physical force. The rolling wave reached their small boat and dove underneath it, sending the ketch rising into the dark vastness of the raging mist. The deck tilted dangerously underneath him, threatening to send Sunny and Anink overboard. Nephi's slid in their direction before grabbing onto the fitting of the mast. As they were being simultaneously thrown into the air and pulled into the water, the shadows surged forward. They flowed over the sides of the wooden boat, enveloping it like a black shroud. Then, the shadows solidified, turning the ketch into an improvised arc. The opening above the deck was closed completely, cutting off the streaming water and the crushing blows of the wind. All that remained inside were wisps of swirling mist and the darkness, pierced by the soft radiance emanating from Neph's skin. However, the ketch was still tilting as it climbed higher and higher. Soon, it was going to crest the wave and either overturn or plummet back down into the raging waters. Sunny let out a low growl, then pushed himself and Anink off the side of the boat and scaled the tilting deck, grabbing the fittings of the mast next to Nephi's. A moment later, shadows wrapped themselves around the three of them like bonds, pressing them into the wet wood. The shadows were like a firm, but elastic harness that would prevent them from flying around the dark interior of the ketch when it inevitably rolled, which happened a few seconds later. Sunny experienced a few moments of weightlessness, his body pressing against the harness, then the familiar trauma of the crash. The cold water, what little of it remained after he had drained it with the help of the Crown of Twilight, flowed across the closed interior of the shadow-veiled boat, pouring into his mouth and nose. But at least the cocoon of shadows he had created held. It protected the ketch from being turned into splinters, and them from being thrown overboard or drowned. For now. But how long could Sunny keep shielding their vessel from the rage of the storm? His reserves of essence were already breached, a lot of it spent by the Crown of Twilight. Well, one way or another, they were going to find out. As the arc of shadows was being carried by the raging current, Sunny, Nephi's, and Anink tried desperately to endure the arduous strain of being tossed around by the harrowing cataclysm. Sunny and Nephi's were laying on the wet deck, secured to it by the bonds of shadows, keeping Anink's small body between them. Pressed tightly against each other, the The three of them had no other choice but to suffer the painful impacts of the waves and cling to the last, desperate vestiges of hope. The violence of the storm, the bone-chilling cold of the mist, and the muffled roars of the wind filled their hearts with dread. "We will survive this. We will." Sonny kept repeating these words inside his head, as if trying to will them into existence. His reserve of essence was diminishing slightly with each minute, and so were their chances of making it out of the storm alive. Chapter 1333 Farewells. The storm. As Sonny was struggling to keep both himself and Anik whole in the furious grinder of the storm, he could feel her small body trembling. His own body was soaked in cold water and chilled to the bone. At the same time, he could feel Neff's radiance breathing warmth into it. It was more than just warmth, too. Knowing that it was his shadows that were keeping them safe, Nephi sent her flames to engulf Sonny, strengthening both his body and soul. Most of her light was transferred to him, while the last wisp gently caressed the child priestess. As the white flame surrounded Anik, the numerous scrapes and bruises covering her small figure instantly healed. She seemed to relax a little. Nephi's herself, though, was left devoid of any protection. The two of them were very close, their arms wrapped around each other, with only the trembling child between them. Resting his head on the wet wood of the deck, Sonny silently looked into Neff's eyes. They were lightless and tired, numbed by torment and pain. There was nothing to say. There was nothing to do, either. The three of them just had to suffer, endure, and pray that Sonny's essence lasted longer than the storm did. It was more easily said than done. The shadow arc was being shaken and tossed around by the raging elements like a ball. Even though the harness he had created held them in place, it was still a torturous experience. Sonny had to strain all his muscles to lessen the shock of the terrible impacts, holding on to the mast fittings with all his might. That task was not in any way easier than the draining and laborious process of scooping up water with an iron bowl. In fact, it was much harder because he couldn't even stand. He had to protect Anik as well. Being lost in the depths of a cataclysmic storm was not much different from the few moments of destructive havoc he had experienced when the explosives beneath Falcon Scott were detonated. Only, this time, the havoc was going to last much, much longer, hours most likely, or even days. Not that these words held any meaning anymore. The volatile currents of broken time that surrounded them were only growing more wild and unstable. Sonny could feel their sickening influence through the protective bubble that Anik was still maintaining around the ketch. His thoughts had become tangled, and it was hard to maintain focus. But he had to keep the manifested shadows intact, continuously willing their shapes into existence and repairing any damage done to the improvised arc. If Sonny lost concentration, all three of them were going to die. Come on. We have already reached so far, just a little bit more, just a little. It was just that he struggled to remain concentrated more and more. The ravages of broken time were growing fiercer, but the protections conjured by Anik were growing weaker. Soon, Sonny found himself unable to tell when was before and when was after. All that remained was the current moment, the pain in his battered body, the cold mist that stuck to his skin, the warmth of Neff's flame burning softly in the depths of his being, and the tactile sensations of her and Anik's bodies pressed against his own. All he could do was cling to these sensations, to his connection to the shadows, and find strength in their silent presence. I have to hold on, I have to. But then, slowly, even these feelings grew vague and chaotic. The storm of broken time invaded his mind completely, extinguishing Sonny's ability to be aware of the world. He was left in a torturous state that was not consciousness, but also not the merciful oblivion of losing it. Have to hold. And then the torture dissipated as well. There was no time, there was no world. There was only the storm, a moment past, or maybe an eternity. He did not know, nor was he able to know. The world was swaying gently. Its swaying was like a lullaby, The world smelled of wet wood and emptiness. The world was dark. Sunny was lost comfortably in a sea of darkness. But then bright sunlight shone through his eyelids, painting the darkness red. Sunlight. Torn from the embrace of comfort by sudden panic, Sunny opened his eyes and sat up with a start. No, 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 his aching body screamed from the sudden motion. His first thought was that his shadow barrier had dissipated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let sunlight into the catch, meaning that they were going to be drowned by the storm in a few moments. But then Sunny froze. Why was there sunlight? How could there be in the roaring darkness of the storm? It was then that he finally saw the world. The beautiful azure sky was clear with not a cloud in sight. The 7 suns hung in its vast expanse, shining softly. The surface of the great river was calm and tranquil, its current as steady as it was supposed to be. The flowing water sparkled as it reflected the sunlight. The shadow barrier had indeed disappeared, but the catch was intact. Sunny took a shaky breath. They had cleared the storm. They escaped. We did it. His whisper was hoarse and quiet. For a moment his heart was drowned by a wave of joy and exhilaration. We did it. But then a nameless emotion enveloped him in a cold embrace. Sunny shivered. Why, Nephis, Anak? He rose to his knees and looked around, searching for their familiar figures. Neph was there, sitting tiredly with her back against the side of the catch, but a dull, tearing pain suddenly pierced his heart. No, Sunny's shoulders fell. No, Anak was nowhere to be seen. The child priestess had disappeared, leaving behind no trace. All that remained was an empty black mantle that lay on the deck, orphaned and forlorn. Crawling a step forward, Sunny clutched the mantle and raised it, staring at the dark fabric with hollow eyes. He remained kneeling for a few moments, unable to move or think or feel. Sunny's soul felt colder even than he had felt in the snowy field outside Falcon Scott. As he looked at the black mantle, frozen, 2 hands wrapped themselves around his shoulders and Nephis hugged him from behind. She's gone. The warmth of her body and the softness of her voice were like an execution's axe. Sunny trembled. Neph held him tighter as if unwilling to let go. The storm must have carried us too deep into the past, far beyond where she was born, and so she's gone. I'm sorry, Sunny. The black mantle slipped from his fingers. Looking down, Sunny gasped for breath. But we survived the storm. Why? His vision blurred. After a while, consumed by pain, he whispered, I am sorry too. Chapter 1334. Dire promise. Sunny and Nephis remained motionless for a while, carried by the indifferent, inevitable current of the great river. His heart was heavy, too heavy to bear. It was in so much pain that the suffering felt almost physical, or maybe it was. Eventually, the pain turned dull, but the unbearable weight remained. Slowly raising his hand, Sunny tightly gripped one of Neph's arms. She was still hugging him from behind, so he couldn't see her face. She couldn't see his either, which was perhaps for the best. When Sunny spoke, his even voice was low and full of torment. Neph, he raised his eyes to the distant blue sky. Why can't we protect anyone? There was no answer for a while. Eventually, Nephis let out a quiet sigh. Because that is not the world we were born into. She lingered for a moment, her body still pressed against his. Then she added, You and I and everyone we know, we were born to destroy things, not save them. Sunny lowered his head, thinking that maybe she was right. The world they lived in, both of the worlds, really needed killers more than it needed builders. That was the sign of the dire times they belonged to. But what was the point of slaying nightmare creatures and conquering the trials of the spell if there was nothing to return to except regret and ruin? A few moments later, he heard Neph's voice again. Holding him, she said in a hesitant tone, I don't know if it helps, but Anak never intended to return to weave. She knew that she wouldn't be coming back all along. Sunny's eyes trembled. Shifting slightly, he turned his head and finally looked at Neph. What? She sighed. What kind of future would it have been to return and spend the rest of her limitless life alone in the graveyard of everything she loved? She had only held out for that long because of a dream about the children of Weaver us needing her help. Once we were gone, her last reason to remain would have been gone, too. Nephi's looked away. That was why the supplies we gathered in Weave were only meant for 2 people, not 3, and why she wanted to tell us about its past so much. Her voice grew forced and heavy. That was why she took us to the House of Parting as well, where the Riverborn come to leave on their last journey. To have a feast with their loved ones before saying farewell. Neff's usually motionless face contorted slightly. She remained silent for a moment, then said evenly, "We made her food, listened to her tales, and kept her company along the way. The order of things might have been wrong, but at least she wasn't alone at the end. We were there to send her off." Sonny lowered his head, stunned. The supplies. Why didn't he realize that all the things they had gathered in Weave were meant for the 2 of them and not Anik herself? How could he not have noticed something so obvious? Perhaps it was because, deep down, Sonny had always known the hideous truth. He had just closed his eyes to it, not wanting to bear its weight, and found solace in convincing himself that they would think of something later, even though there was nothing they could do to change the bitter outcome. Anik was gone. He stared at the wooden boards of the deck, trying uselessly to console himself. He told himself that the woman they knew was not the real Anik. Of course, it didn't help. He told himself that everything had happened according to her wishes, that disappearing in the embrace of the children of Weaver was the best death a priestess of the nightmare spell could have hoped for. Of course, it didn't help either. In the end, there was only one way to lessen the burden crushing his weary heart. It was to turn the pain into anger. Sonny could not bring Anik back, but he could exact bloody vengeance on those who had doomed her. The Mad Prince, the image of the odious abomination, appeared in front of his eyes. Sonny's face hardened and his hands slowly turned into fists. That bastard might still be out there somewhere. His eyes gleamed with murderous hate. But then, Sonny reminded himself who the 6 plagues were, or rather who he thought they were. He remained silent for a while and then said in a distant voice, "Neff, you know, I saw the Mad Prince in a dream." She let go of him and shifted back, allowing Sonny to turn around and look at her. His expression was grim. He hesitated for a few moments, then forced himself to say, "I think I know who he is, who each of the 6 plagues is. They're us from the future. Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, Mordred, and I, all the members of the cohort, except for you." Sonny remembered the dream where the vestige of the defiled madman had attacked him, the deranged voice calling him a murderer over and over again. "Murderer," closing his eyes for a moment, he said quietly, "because we killed you. You can't be corrupted, and so we must have killed you. That's why there are only 6 plagues." There it was. The thought he was scared to admit to himself, said aloud. Sonny struggled to keep his emotions suppressed and looked at Nephi's, not knowing what her reaction would be. Her face was motionless and her beautiful gray eyes were calm like always. Sonny could usually read the true emotions hiding behind her expressionless mask, but he failed to decipher them this time. Was she confused, unbelieving, angry, frightened? Nephi's remained silent for a long time. Then she looked him in the eyes and said calmly, "That's great then." Sonny blinked. That was not the reaction he had expected. Confused, he frowned and asked, making sure that he had heard right, "Great." Nephi's nodded as if confirming something obvious. "Of course. If the 6 plagues are really us from the future, then we know all about them. We know all their strengths and all their weaknesses. We even know their flaws." She smiled slightly out of the corner of her mouth. "I was worried about having to face them before, but if what you said is true, well, then it changes things. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If the enemy is yourself, though, everything becomes much simpler, doesn't it?" Sonny stared at her, stunned. Indeed, she was right. His eyes widened a little. If the Mad Prince was truly a future version of himself, a vile apparition from a future where Nephis was dead, then all it took to kill the bastard was to speak their true name aloud. If the devouring beast was truly a future version of Effie, then killing her would be as easy as isolating the fearsome plague and denying her access to sustenance. Before too long, the defiled abomination would weaken, and her body would consume itself. If Undying Slaughter was truly the future version of Jet, then they simply had to engage her in a battle for an extended period of time, not allowing the wretched thing to slay anyone and absorb their essence. Eventually, her soul would collapse by itself. If Torment was truly the future version of Cassie, then her strength lay in her prophetic powers and an incredibly high affinity to revelations and fate. She could not be too formidable physically, so Weaver's mask would render her defenseless. There were the other two, of course. Mordred's flaw was unknown, and Sunny doubted that he would share it freely. However, the Prince of Nothing would be able to deal with the Soul Stealer personally without revealing his secrets. Kai's flaw, meanwhile, was not something that could be exploited to bring him down in battle. Still, knowing how to kill 5 out of the 6 plagues was already a brilliant result. It was much better, by far, than facing 6 harrowing abominations blind. Sunny had been so shaken and revolted by the dreadful possibility of turning into the hateful Mad Prince that he failed to consider its hidden benefits. His eyes gleamed darkly. Looking up, Sunny stared at Nephis silently for a few long, poignant moments. Then he said quietly, "Neph, let's kill the Mad Prince." His voice slowly grew stronger. "Let's kill that wretch and the rest of the 6 plagues with him. Let's slaughter the defiled. Let's burn Verge to the ground." He gritted his teeth and leaned forward, his eyes burning with dark, murderous intent. "Let's conquer this horrid nightmare." Sunny's words hung in the air for a moment and were then carried away by the wind. Nephis remained silent for a while. Then she smiled, white flames igniting in her eyes. "It's a promise." End of Part 1. Currents of Time, Chapter 1335. After the storm, the great river was like it had always been, vast, dreamlike, and ceaseless. Its current gently carried the ketch forward, as if the harrowing storm had never happened. The 7 suns slowly traveled across the azure sky, which was painted lilac in the east and vibrant crimson in the west. For a while, Nephis and Sunny remained idle. Their bodies were still reeling from the terrible battle against the raging elements, and so were their minds. The invasive violence of broken time had left them drained and fragile. Their hearts felt hollow, too. Sunny silently lay on the wooden deck, staring at the sky. His head was empty, full of nothing but the sensation of a dull ache that radiated from all across his battered body. It was good to hurt. Pain reminded him that he was alive. There was the smell of wet wood, the peaceful sound of waves splashing against the sides of the ketch, and the warm sunlight. Most noteworthy of all, there was time. He had never been aware of just how important the sense of time was before experiencing its absence. And why would he? People did not usually pay attention to immutable things, simply taking them for granted. But as it turned out, those things were not as absolute when higher beings were involved. Now that they had escaped the storm, the natural flow of time returned in all its glory. Its reliable presence felt reassuring. Time was at peace once again. Time flowed. Eventually, the dull ache permeating his body subsided. The pain in his heart grew duller as well. New sensations took their place. Thirst, hunger, caution, determination. Sunny still felt numb, but his mind was slowly recovering. He lingered for a while longer, then sat up with a quiet sigh. The vista of the great river around them was exactly as before the storm, which posed a bit of a problem. Some time later, Sunny and Nephis were sitting at the bow of the ketch, looking soberly at several strange tools laying on the deck in front of them. One looked like a bronze astrolabe, another was akin to a sextant, and the third resembled a strange compass. All these had been gifted to them by Ankh and were meant for navigating the great river. Of course, the first one was not really an astrolabe since there were no stars in the tomb of Ariel. The second one could be considered a sextant, but the set of principles it was supposed to work on was entirely different from the waking world. The third one could indeed show direction, but it was between past, future, dawn, and dusk instead of north, south, east, and west. Sunny and Nephis had learned a fair deal about how to use these tools, but not about why they worked. The great river was not a sphere like Earth was, and it didn't revolve around a star. Instead, 7 artificial suns revolved around the river. Nevertheless, there seemed to be some sort of curvature to it which neither of them could explain. It was all a mystery. Before, Ankh had been their navigator, but now that she was gone, Sunny and Nephis had to chart the course themselves. Hence the somber expressions. Nephis sighed. It doesn't make sense. According to this, we are much further downstream than we were supposed to be, weeks' worth of sailing away from the lower house. Sunny scratched the back of his head. There was still a current when we were inside the storm. Sure, it was wild and chaotic, but the water still flowed in a single direction, much faster than usual at that, so maybe the storm carried us all the way here. She frowned. But we didn't spend weeks inside it, did we? He hesitated, not knowing what to say. Time had been broken within the storm, so it was impossible to tell how long they had been fighting against it. It could have been days or hours or months, especially considering the insidious nature of the frozen time in the eye of the storm. Distance was equally hard to measure. They had to have been not too far from Weave Up until the point when Anankh's protections failed. After that, both Sunny and Nephis had been completely out of their minds for spell knew how long, losing all awareness of the world. He grimaced. I have no idea, but the fact remains. We are much further downstream than anticipated. So what? It's good news, really. It means that we are already halfway to Fallen Grace. And it's Sybil, Dusk. Fallen Grace was situated in the distant past, not that far from the span of the great river that corresponded to when the Sybils had entered the tomb of Ariel at the height of the Doom War. A long journey still awaited Sunny and Nephis if they wanted to reach the last human city, but half of it seemed to already be behind them, which was indeed a piece of great news, since the battered ketch did not look like it would be able to survive the perils of the great river for much longer. Nephis lingered for a while, then nodded. You're right. If everything goes well, we might reach our destination in a couple of weeks. Her face darkened. However, what are the chances that it will? Even though this region of the great river should be safer than the one we come from, it is by no means safe. Without Ankh, they were not going to be able to mask the presence of the ketch from the dwellers of the depths as efficiently. There were battles ahead of them, without a doubt, and while the abominations were supposed to be less powerful downstream, the chances of stumbling onto the defiled increased. Sunny looked at the wooden deck beneath him with a complicated expression. The ketch had endured a lot in the storm, too much, really. The fact that it was still in one piece spoke volumes about the craftsmanship of the person who had built it, but would it survive a clash with a frenzied nightmare creature? What about one after that and one after that? His face turned grim. I don't think it will. Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. They were both worried. However, there was nothing they could do. Their only choice was to set sail and pray to the dead gods. Full of somber apprehension, Sunny and Nephis got to work without delay. They raised the 2 masts back into position and fastened the sails to them. The steering oar was gone, so they fashioned a new one from the repair materials stored inside the covetous coffer, affixing it at the stern of the ketch with the help of one of Neph's memories, the Dark Shaper. Then, she spoke the names taught to her by Ankh and summoned the winds. The ketch flew downstream once again, cutting the clear waters with its bow. Only now there were 2 people inside of it instead of 3. Sunny's heart ached. The great river glistened as the 7 suns shone brightly on its vast expanse. Time slowly passed, the interior of the boat full of tense silence. While Nephi struggled to sustain the forward momentum of the ketch, Sonny stood at the bow and peered into the water, hoping to sense a potential attack before it was too late. However, they had not seen any nightmare creatures that day. Instead, they saw something that made both Sonny and Nephi's freeze, paralyzed by shock. Looking at the dark silhouette that appeared in the distance, floating aimlessly on the waves, they felt an eerie sense of rejection. As if the world surrounding them was nothing but a dream. Eventually, Sonny flinched and asked, his voice full of disbelief, What the hell is it doing here?" Chapter 1336, Stench of Fate. The small dot that had appeared in the distance slowly drew closer as the ketch approached it, guided by Neff's firm hand. At some point, however, she silently released the names, allowing the boat to drift forward on its own. Her gaze was directed forward, a rare rattled expression apparent on her face. Sonny was no different. Paralyzed by shock, both of them froze. After a few moments of stunned silence, he flinched and asked in a trembling voice, What the hell is it doing here?" His mind was in turmoil, unable to process the truth of what they saw. In front of them, a battered ship was floating listlessly on the waves. Its silhouette was beautiful and fluid, but there were ugly burn marks and terrible scars littering the graceful wooden hull of the damaged vessel. It looked like it had escaped from the depths of hell after a long and dreadful battle. It also looked completely empty, like a ghost ship abandoned by its crew. But what was truly inconceivable about the drifting ship was the sound of rustling leaves carried from its deck by the wind. Looking up, Sonny saw the mighty branches of a sublime tree that grew around the eerie vessel's mast. He knew this ship. He knew it too well. It was the Chain Breaker. The battered vessel in front of them was the ancient flagship of the Fire Hunters, which Noctis had won from them in a gamble. It was also the ship that Cassie and the Fire Keepers had restored to its former glory, and which Sonny named. Chain Breaker looked almost exactly the same as the last time Sonny had seen it, but also unfamiliar. Apart from the harrowing scars covering its hull, there were also other differences. The hull itself seemed different, with bands of dull metal reinforcing its graceful lines. He did not recognize the fearsome shape of the ship's ram, either. The vessel looked much fiercer than the one from his memories, resembling an embattled warship more than it did a beautiful yacht. There were many discrepancies, but the most glaring one was the sacred tree itself. It was much taller and more robust than the one Cassie had nurtured, drowning the entire middle section of the ship in the shadow of its crown. Still, it was the Chain Breaker. Was it? No, it couldn't be. It was inconceivable that the flying ship had somehow found its way into the tomb of Ariel. Sonny failed to understand how it could have appeared here. Seeing it felt simply too bizarre. Shaken, he tore his gaze away from the battered vessel and looked at Nephi's. His mouth felt dry. How could it be here? She hesitated, just as rattled as he was. After a while, she shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's a different ship. The people who built the Chain Breaker could have created more than one vessel. Maybe. Both of them knew that the probability of that being the case was extremely low. Noctis had owned the flying ship for the better part of 1,000 years, and modified it extensively over the centuries. He had been the one who planted a tree from the sacred grove of Heart God on the ship's deck, and created the enchantments that connected the two into a single whole as well. How could there be another ship like that? Nephis took a deep breath. Or maybe Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel at some point in time. If he did, then his ship would have been carried into the nightmare by the spell, just like Daron of the Twilight Sea was, because the great river flows through time. She frowned. Does it look like how it had been when Noctis commanded it? It's different from how it is now. In the waking world, I mean. Her voice was full of doubt. Sonny frowned, then looked at the battered ship once more. After a while, he said with uncertainty, No, it doesn't look like either the past or the present version of Chain Breaker. It's different from both. After a short pause, he added, "Of course, I was with Noctis only at the very end of the 1,000 years he had spent in the Kingdom of Hope. The ship we traveled on might have looked different before. That guy, he surely rebuilt and modified it many times. The version we saw was only the last out of many. Was that the reason then?" The copy of the chain breaker was here because Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel once upon a time, leaving an imprint for the spell to conjure back to life. If so, then where was the flamboyant sorcerer himself? Why was his ship drifting in the current of time, damaged and abandoned? That theory was the only one that made any kind of sense, but it was still tenuous at best. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, both feeling a somber sense of unease. Eventually, he sighed. "There's actually a different, more pressing question," she nodded slowly. "What are the odds that in the endless vastness of the great river we would blindly arrive at the exact spot where this ship is located?" The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he remained silent for a while. His thoughts were grim. This situation smells, and it's a familiar smell. The stench of fate. He looked at the battered ship darkly. It can't be a coincidence, just like Anik finding us was not a coincidence. The person who had sent her a message through dreams must have intended for us to find the chain breaker. Sunny hesitated for a bit and then added, "In fact, I am willing to bet that this is where the dream told her to point us." Both of them remained silent for a while, disturbed. Was it Dusk, the Sybil of fallen grace? Who else could have predicted the future so precisely? Someone who can see the strings of fate far better than I can, that's for sure. Nephis threw one more glance at the battered ship, unnerved, then shook her head. "I guess we'll find out soon. For now, we were both worried about the catch during the journey to fallen grace, weren't we? Now there's a nearly indestructible ship in front of us. One that was built to endure a sea of divine flames, no less. It looks damaged, but since it hasn't sunk yet, the damage must not be too crippling." Sunny stared at her silently for a moment. "You want to climb aboard? Are you CR?" "Are you sure?" She met his gaze and shrugged. "Why not?" He remained silent for a bit. Then Sunny chuckled wryly and looked away. "Damnation. I must be crazy myself, because I really want to climb into that ship too." Chapter 1337 Ghost Ship bringing the catch to the towering side of the battered ship. The chain breaker. Sunny and Nephis lingered for a while, looking up. Both felt more than a little bit of apprehension, but at the same time they were relieved. Traveling across the perilous expanse of the great river on a mighty ship would be much more reassuring than on a small, damaged sailboat. Eventually, Nephis summoned the familiar golden rope and glanced at Sunny. He nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Bending down, Sunny picked up Anik's black mantle and looked at it with a forlorn expression. It was the only thing she had left behind, the last reminder of her existence, if one didn't count the catch itself. It was also the vestment of the priests of the nightmare spell. He remained motionless for a while, then silently wrapped the mantle around his shoulders. As soon as his body became shrouded by the dark folds of the nebulous fabric, Sunny felt a strange shiver run down his spine. He had donned the black mantle in honor of Anik, to have something to remember her by, but the act suddenly seemed deeply symbolic. It was as though he was devoting himself to Weaver, which Sunny had no intention of doing. And there was another, far more chilling detail. This mantle, was he just imagining things, or was it eerily similar to the tattered rags the Mad Prince wore in the nightmare? It was hard to tell due to how faded and sunburnt the rags were, but if he just pictured what they might have looked like decades, or even hundreds of years ago, Sunny frowned, his gaze turning dark. But in the end, he chose to leave the black mantle on. "That bastard will not define me." With that, he took a step forward and joined Nephis, who had already thrown the rope up, tightening the loop at its end around the broken railing of the ghost ship. She gave it a couple of tugs, then nimbly climbed up. Sunny followed. A few moments later, they jumped down on the deck of the chain breaker, An eerie feeling gripped his heart. The deck of the ancient vessel was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was very similar to the one he had spent so much time on both in the dream realm and the second nightmare. However, there were also glaring differences. The very geometry of the main deck seemed slightly different. However, it was hard to tell what the differences were exactly, because it was severely damaged. Here and there, the wood was splintered and covered in soot, with deep grooves cutting into its surface as if some enormous beast, or a legion of them, had torn through the ancient wood with monstrous claws. The railings were shattered and broken in many places. The mighty siege engines lay broken and destroyed. Several massive holes had been punched through the deck, as well, revealing the devastated interior of the ship. Their jagged edges hinted that something dreadfully powerful had either broken into the cargo hold or had broken free from it. There was not a soul in sight. Sonny and Nephi's glanced at each other, wary. Then, without saying anything, he sent his shadows to scout the interior of the ancient vessel. After a swift and cursory search, they had not discovered anything except for more signs of a furious battle. He let out a quiet sigh. "It's empty. There's no one here." Nephi's nodded, lowering the sword that had appeared in her hand as soon as they climbed aboard. She looked around, seemingly more relaxed, and then said calmly, "Let's explore properly." They spent some time tentatively exploring the abandoned ship. Everywhere they went, they were met with signs of dreadful devastation. Sonny knew for a fact how enduring the enchanted wooden walls of the chain breaker were. He shuddered when imagining what kind of forces could have brought it to such a sorry state. The last time the flying vessel had been damaged so severely, it was because Cassie had thrown it down from the skies and rammed an immortal saint at full speed. This time, however, it seemed the ship had withstood a harrowing and prolonged assault before being breached, at which point the fighting continued inside. Then, it drifted in the currents of the great river for gods knew how long. As a result, there was nothing left to tell them where and when the ghost ship had really come from, and who had fought in the battle that rendered it broken and empty. Sonny did not know what kind of beings could have devastated the ancient vessel to such a degree, nor did he know what kind of defenders could have resisted their assault. Whoever they were, the aftermath of their cataclysmic clash gave him chills. However, there was good news as well. About an hour later, Sonny and Nephi's returned to the main deck and rested in the shade of the sacred tree. Their expressions were thoughtful. Touching the ivory bark, Nephi's inhaled deeply. "The damage is severe but shallow. There are no leaks and the ship is not taking on water. While the interior is a mess, the support structures are all holding. It is not going to sink anytime soon." She lingered for a moment, studying the sacred tree, and added, "The tree is also alive and healthy. However, the enchantment circuits are broken. The runic circle at the stern is dormant. We won't be able to fly the chain breaker." Sonny nodded. "Does any of us even know how to control it? Cassie is usually the one doing the steering. She learned directly from Noctis." Nephi sighed. "I don't. Regardless, flying is not an option. That said, we don't need the sacred tree and the enchantments to make the ship move. It still has sails, doesn't it? Even though most sails are either burned or torn, we can repair them. We brought enough supplies from Weave." He looked around, thinking. The sails were indeed torn, but there were repair kits just for that purpose among the supplies Anank had left them with. All in all, it seemed that they had everything necessary to turn the chain breaker back into a seaworthy vessel, even if the repair job would not look pretty. There would be a lot for them to do. Sonny sighed, then gave Nephi's a short nod. "Let's get to work then." Chapter 1338, on the importance of needlework and carpentry. There was a lot of work to be done, and not enough time. The night was already approaching. Sonny and Nephi's hastily cleared one of the compartments, the one that corresponded to the captain's cabin on the actual chain breaker, intending to use it as shelter. Too tired to cook, they ate a cold supper and went to sleep. Sunny did not forget to summon Saint and Fiend to guard them, while Nightmare protected their dreams. In the morning, both felt more refreshed. Their bodies had mostly recovered from the terrible strain put on them by the storm. Most Ascended would have been rendered weak and helpless by the savage cataclysm for weeks, but Sunny and Nephi's each possessed astonishing vitality because of blood weave, she due to the restorative power of her aspect. They got to work as the seven suns slowly rose from the gleaming waters. On the first day, they planned to clear the main deck of debris. With Sunny, Nephi's, Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare all working together, the arduous task of moving terribly heavy pieces of wreckage was not too hard. It took longer to sift through them, separating the things that had to be disposed of from those that could be of use later. Even though neither Sunny nor Nephi's knew how to repair the siege engines, there was a weak hope that someone in Fallen Grace would. The pieces of splintered wood seemed useless at first glance, but it was still the mystical wood that the chain breaker had been built of. Simply tossing something like that into the water did not sit right with either of them, not even mentioning how precious of a resource wood was in the tomb of Ariel. There were bent and torn pieces of a strange, supremely durable metal as well. Those were also worth keeping. In the end, they abandoned the upper deck and started clearing the main cargo hold instead. By the time they were done, it was night again, and both were tired. That night, they made a fire under the branches of the sacred tree, and Nephi's cooked them food. Her cooking was as delicious as ever, and the quiet rustling of leaves made for a tranquil atmosphere. However, this was the first time since the Dark Island that they shared a proper meal with just the two of them enjoying it. It was so strange. Anik had not been with them for long, but her absence felt like a gaping hole. Perhaps it was because Sunny and Nephi's had witnessed her as a frail old woman, a vigorous matron, a charming young lady, and an innocent child that their time together felt like a lifetime. That lifetime was now behind them, and new hardships awaited ahead. Time was relentless, washing away all things both inconsequential and those they held dear. On the second day, their efforts to prepare the ship for the voyage were more fruitful. With the cargo hold free of debris, they could neatly store everything that was valuable enough to hold on to there. The main deck was soon cleared. Sunny even washed it, trying to get rid of the soot, grime, and something that resembled dried blood. Or rather, he made Fiend do it while resting in the shade of the sacred tree and sipping on cold water from the endless spring. On the third day, they cleared one of the two mess halls. After that, however, Sunny and Nephi stopped. They decided to leave the rest of the inner compartments alone, at least until reaching Fallen Grace. They briefly considered cleaning one of the other cabins to have separate sleeping quarters, but eventually dropped that idea. It was not like they were unaccustomed to spending the nights in close proximity to each other anyway. Plus, it was safe for neither of them knew when a sudden attack could come, so staying together was a more pragmatic choice, and more familiar. Finally, on the fourth day, they started to work on the sails. Repairing them was much more arduous of a task than Sunny had imagined. But, unexpectedly, he turned out to be excellent at it. Who would have thought? Being good with thread and needle was the last thing Sunny had expected when starting to learn the mysterious sorcery of the Demon of Fate, but that was exactly the side effect he was benefiting from right now. Still, the progress was slow because of just how damaged the sails of the chain breaker were, not to mention that they had to take them down, patch them up, and then fasten the sails back up. The masts, booms, and spars required some repairs to be done, too. That task was accomplished by Nephi's with the help of the materials they had brought from Weave or salvaged from the debris of the ghost ship and the Dark Shaper. On the seventh day, they were done with everything they could accomplish in a short amount of time. The chain breaker had transformed. There were still burn marks and scars on its hull, and the main deck still gaped with wide holes. However, the largest of them were now covered with wooden boards, and it was clear of debris. Saint was standing on the front of the ship with a bow in her hands, serving as their vanguard. Nightmare was hiding in the shadows nearby, while Fiend was protecting the sacred tree. Nephi stepped into the runic circle at the stern of the ancient vessel. The circle itself was inactive, but it was still the natural position to take if one wanted to hold the two steering oars of the flying ship. Granted, one of those oars would be useless for now, since it controlled ascent and descent, and the chain breaker was unable to fly. Sunny was standing by her side. He looked at Nephi's and asked, his voice full of anticipation which was hard not to feel after a whole week of hard labor to prepare for this moment. "Are you ready?" Placing her hand on the steering oars, she nodded. "Let's go. We wasted enough time in the future already." Turning away, he inhaled deeply and looked at the length of the graceful vessel. When Noctis had owned it, there was a crew of wooden sailor dolls to work the ship. When the fire keepers claimed it, they were awakened to do the same. Now, however, there were only Sunny and Nephi's had to remain at the stern to guide the chain breaker. So, it was his job to work the sails. Since Sunny had no intention of jumping from mast to mast like a monkey, whatever a monkey was, he concentrated and called upon the shadows. A few moments later, tenebrous arms manifested themselves into existence all over the ship, pulling on the ropes. It took some concentration to control them all at once, but after the grueling education of the Antarctic campaign, Sunny was more than proficient in using shadow manifestation. The sails slowly rose and then filled with wind. Coming back to life, the ancient ship turned to face downstream and then slowly started accelerating. "It's moving." They were finally on their way to fallen grace. Chapter 1339, moving on the chain breaker, was steadily advancing down the great river. The gale Nephi's could summon by uttering its name was not powerful enough to push the ship as fast as it had pushed the ketch, but to their luck, the winds were blowing in the same direction. Carried both by their power and the current of time, the graceful vessel rushed forward at great speed. All around them, there was nothing but sunlight and sparkling water. The vast expanse of the great river was beautiful and exhilarating. Of course, great horrors were hiding behind the deceptive facade of its beauty. But nothing had attacked them yet. Life went on. Sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, Sunny felt strangely indignant about that fact. He had been constantly busy during the week they spent patching up the battered ship, which was a mercy. Now that there was really nothing for him to do, Sunny found himself feeling numb and hollow. His lightless soul seemed even darker than usual these days. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the calming sound of the rustling leaves. Just how much can a person endure? He was tired of loss. He was also tired of losing. Sometimes it feels like I was better off not caring about anyone except myself. Those were the days, weren't they? As he smiled crookedly, a familiar voice suddenly resounded from above. "Do you mean the days of being a frightened, pathetic, miserable little wretch that not a single person in the world cared about in turn? Well, I suppose it's indeed the best you deserve. That's how you'll end up anyway, eventually." Opening his eyes, Sunny looked up with a dark expression. The sin of Solace was standing above him as if nothing had happened. The loathsome wraith looked like he always had, exactly like Sunny. The bastard was even wearing a perfect copy of Anink's mantle. His face was full of cold contempt. Sunny scoffed. "Wow, look who decided to show up. I thought you chose to crawl back into whatever pit that had spawned you and never come back. Where the hell have you been?" The apparition smirked. "Maybe I just got sick of watching you fail, lose, and get people killed all the time. Even imaginary creatures like me have a limit, you know." "Ah, of course you don't. You don't know anything, the fool that you are." Sunny stared at him for a while, silent. His eyes were cold and somber. Eventually, he shook his head and said evenly, "For someone who hates me so much, you sure are too helpful. Why save me from the mad prince if you feel that way? Don't you think that you owe me an explanation?" The Sin of Solace laughed. "Oh, you. And you even have the audacity to call someone mad after spouting such nonsense. I owe you nothing." He shook his head, then said with a derisive smile, "Let's make something clear. I did not save you. I just saved myself from having to endure more misery. Being stuck with a hateful worm like you is already bad enough, but being stuck with you if you become defiled. Gods, that would be truly insufferable." Sonny tilted his head, thinking. So the secret the Mad Prince wanted to tell me was truly dangerous enough to turn me into a defiled, or was it? Was he supposed to believe anything that the Sin of Solace said? The Sword Wraith acted like an independent being, and in a sense it was, but the source of that being was still Sonny himself. Therefore, the bastard could not know anything that he himself did not know. The Sin of Solace was a part of his mind after all. Wasn't he? Sonny frowned. To be honest, I have no idea what that thing is anymore. He had figured out the nature of the Sword Wraith in Antarctica, and had even gotten a good grasp of how to deal with the apparition. But once they entered the tomb of Ariel, that nature seemed to have changed without any explanation. Why had it changed? And how? Was it the influence of the tomb itself? It had been built by the demon of dread, after all, from whose whisper the curse that caused the Sword Wraith to manifest was born. Or was there something more sinister at play? Staring at the Sin of Solace, Sonny asked, "What are you really? How did you know that the Mad Prince in my dream was dangerous? Why did you try to stop him from subjecting me to corruption?" The apparition grinned. Without saying anything, he lingered for a while, then looked down and touched the sleeve of Anank's dark mantle. "By the way, what a wonderful mantle. You should really get more people killed and collect a piece of clothing from each one. Then we'll be able to add an apparel section to the brilliant emporium." "Ah, shame you didn't think of that in Antarctica." Sonny growled and swiped at the grinning apparition, but he was already gone. The Sword Wraith had disappeared just as suddenly as he had appeared. "That bastard!" Gritting his teeth, Sonny leaned back and stared at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. He was full of dark anger, but the appearance of the Sin of Solace had distracted him from his melancholy at least. Until those last words plunged him right back into dejection. He sighed. "I'll learn the truth eventually." For now, he had felt better when he was busy, so the best solution for this dark mood would be to make himself busy once again. Controlling the sails did not take much of his attention, so Sonny had to do something else. Luckily, there was a lot for him to do. He had to continue studying the estuary key. He also had to weave a lot of memories to help Nightmare ascend, as well as come up with ways to make the members of the cohort stronger. Let's get to it then. There is a week or two left before we reach Fallen Grace. I can achieve a lot in 2 weeks. Abandoning the shade of the sacred tree, Sonny went to the bow of the chain breaker, where Anank's ketch was fastened to the deck. He and Nephi's had retrieved it from the water before setting sail, planning to use the ketch as a lifeboat if the need arose. Summoning the shadow chair, he placed it near the battered sailboat, sat down, and looked at the glistening expanse of the great river. Then, Sonny sighed and contemplated what task he would tackle first. Chapter 1340, New Perspective. Sonny remained motionless for a while, thinking. After a few moments, he unconsciously began to fiddle with the hems of the black mantle sleeves. The smooth fabric glided across his fingertips, making them tingle a little. Eventually, his gaze settled on it. Sonny tilted his head. Abandoning his previous plans, he stood up and took off the mantle instead. Then he sat back down and laid it across his lap. I wonder. He doubted that it was a simple piece of clothing. It was the attire of a nightmare spell priest, after all, most likely passed down to Anank from her mother, the original priestess who had entered the tomb of Ariel with the first wave of outsiders. The corpse under the cathedral in the Dark City had been wearing the same dark garment. So it had to have some secrets. Sonny hesitated for a few moments. Unlike Weaver's mask, the The black mantle was not a memory otherwise. It would have disappeared with Anik. There were some memories that persisted after the death of their owners, of course, like the dawn shard that Nephis had found on the remains of the first lord of the Bright Castle. But the nebulous mantle was not one of those either. Otherwise, it would have bound itself to Sonny the moment he picked it up. It seemed to be a perfectly mundane robe, albeit sewn from some mystical material. Nevertheless, he shifted his perception and tried to look within the mantle, just in case. He was not disappointed. There was indeed a spellweave hidden within Anink's mantle, and it was a strange one. How odd! Sonny studied the weave of ethereal strings with a perplexed expression. There were all the elements that a spellweave was supposed to be made of: a radiant nexus and an intricate tapestry of essence threads. However, the pattern of the ethereal strings was very different from what Sonny was accustomed to. It was elegant and vast, but how could he put it? The weave of the dark mantle was infinitely less labyrinthine than that of every memory in his possession. It was by no means crude, but also not nearly as complicated as them. He studied the strange spellweave for a few minutes, then leaned back bewildered. It's not there. When Sonny studied the weave of a new memory, he always searched for the familiar patterns first, to use as a starting point the universal patterns that all memories shared, and which were the first sorcery he himself had woven. The connection to the soul of the owner, the ability to manifest from and dissipate into soul essence, the ability to self-repair in the soul sea, but the weave of Anink's mantle lacked these fundamental patterns. He blinked a couple of times. What? Suddenly, Sonny realized a simple fact. Although all the memories he had seen shared these traits, that was simply because they had all come from only two sources. One source was the nightmare spell, and the other source was Sonny himself. More than that, his knowledge of weaving had mostly come from studying the weaves created by the nightmare spell. The memories created by the enchanters of valor weren't different either. That was because, while they forged enchanted weapons using unique aspects, the spell served as an intermediary in the process. Crafting memories was an innate ability of the Valor family, not a learned skill like their knowledge of runic sorcery or Sonny's knowledge of weaving. So in the end, both sources were one and the same. But that was not the only way of going about weaving enchanted items, only the ultimate way. The weave he was looking at right now, though, had been created by someone else. Perhaps by the high priest of the nightmare spell Anink had spoken about, or by one of his students, which was why it was a sorceress item enchanted through weaving, but not technically a memory. Sonny scratched his head. So something like that can exist, too, of course, it could. The fact seemed so obvious in hindsight, and yet he had never considered such a possibility before, mostly because it was really hard for a human mind to think outside a familiar framework. Every memory Sonny had known was an item enchanted through weaving, and so he subconsciously assumed that all items enchanted through weaving were memories. But they didn't have to be, like the mantle in front of him, which was a curious detail but not exactly useful. Who wouldn't want to turn their weapon or attire into a memory? The traits of memories that everyone took for granted were supremely useful. The ability to carry a whole arsenal inside your soul alone was a boon any warrior would kill for. Swords that sharpened themselves, suits of armor that repaired any damage done to them, and adjusted themselves to perfectly fit the body of the wearer. There were too many benefits to memories to count. By all accounts, they were the culmination of weaving. Well, technically, the nightmare spell itself was the culmination of weaving, but for all those who weren't inconceivable deities like the demon of fate, memories were the absolute peak of enchantment. However, Sonny's heart still skipped a beat, and his eyes glistened with dark excitement. Anink's mantle might not have been superior to the powerful memories he possessed. At a cursory glance, its enchantments were nothing special. Its rank and tier were also not that stunning. but to him it was a priceless treasure for a single reason. It was because its weave was different from every weave he knew, and much simpler than them at that. Sunny's whole skill as a sorcerer had come from comparing the patterns of different enchantments to each other, and trying to deduce the common logic behind them. But all those enchantments followed the principles set by a single creator, the nightmare spell. Now that he had an enchanted mantle that had come from an entirely different school of weaving, his ability to compare and deduce the fundamental principles of sorcery could take a qualitative leap. It was like witnessing an entirely different framework and gaining a deeper understanding of your own by studying the differences and commonalities between them. It didn't matter how simple the spellweave of Anank's mantle was. What mattered was that it could not only teach Sunny the unfamiliar ways of its creator, but also help him push his own skill forward by a lot, just when he needed it. Sunny gripped the smooth fabric in his fists, staring at it intently. After a while he said quietly, "Thank you, Anank." With that, he cut out all distractions and concentrated on studying the odd weave. Chapter 1341. Learning the hard way. Sunny was more of a copycat than an actual sorcerer. Most of his repertoire consisted of recreating the weaves of various enchantments he had gleaned from his own memories, not creating those of his own. Of course, even that was already a stunning achievement. Armed with nothing but his intelligence and a bit of intuition granted to him by blood weave as well as the ability to see weaves. In the first place, he taught himself the most fundamental principles of sorcery, the wondrous sorcery of the demon of fate, which very few beings had ever been able to wield. At this point, Sunny had barely taken the first step away from blindly copying the spellweaves, tentatively trying to disassemble and modify them to serve his whims. The siege souvenir, a unique memory he had created to slay the fallen Titan Goliath, was the result of these attempts. But Sunny was still a mere novice, all things considered. He was leagues away from true sorcerers like the mysterious being who had created the estuary key, for example. That weave was simply beyond his imagination. He couldn't even imagine how long it would take him to reach the same transcendent level of mastery. A few hundred years, perhaps. A millennium. So Sunny had no illusions about his achievements. They were rather astonishing when compared to other modern awakened, but that was only because most of those awakened knew absolutely nothing about sorcery. In the grand scheme of things, his skill was negligible. Or so he thought before taking a look at the weave of Anank's mantle. Wait, what is going on? The tapestry of ethereal strings shone in the darkness, laid bare in front of his altered eyes. It was much simpler than the infinitely complex weaves created by the spell, but still, wasn't he comprehending it a little bit too fast? It was almost like an open book. That part of the pattern is responsible for enhancing durability. That one has something to do with fire. It's making the mantle non-flammable. That one makes it waterproof. Then what do these strings do? Looks familiar. Right. If I scale the size and complexity of this part by a lot, it would be similar to a fragment of living stone. The basic structure is the same, which is also the basic structure of the universal restorative trait of all memories. So it's self-repair. Then, Sunny opened his eyes wide and leaned back. What the hell? How was he suddenly so good at reading weaves? Before, he could only feel a slight inkling of understanding about the nature of certain enchantments, but now he was somehow able to see the intent behind various sections of the ethereal tapestry almost clearly. Despite it being a completely unfamiliar way of weaving, it just looked very understandable. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Don't tell me. A sudden guess appeared in his mind. He gave the black mantle a dubious look, then let out a small laugh. I'll be damned. The weaves the spell created were infinitely ingenious and near perfect, and as a result, they were all unimaginably complex and intricate. It was to such a degree that Sonny had to spend weeks studying the simplest ones, and even that was only due to his better-than-average memory and innate talent. He had been bashing his head against this deedle wall for about 2 years now, and for every grain of knowledge he gained, there were 100 he failed to decipher and comprehend. The weave of Anink's mantle was also elaborate enough to make a person dizzy, but it was nowhere near the complexity of the tapestries the spell created. And so, it seemed that after being tempered by the latter, Sonny had grown skilled enough to more or less discern the general flow of the former. It was as though he had been learning to read by perusing an abstruse epic poem without ever even laying eyes on an alphabet book. The weave of the mantle, meanwhile, was not primitive enough to be called an alphabet, but it was something that a middle schooler would be able to read, and after braving the weaves of the spell, Sonny had learned enough to be considered one such middle schooler. He covered his face with his palm and remained motionless for a while. Right, it's just like being sent to the forgotten shore. After returning from there, we were also constantly bewildered by how weak normal awakened seemed. Greater obstacles forge greater strength, as long as you can actually survive them, of course, which most of us didn't. He was both the survivor of the forgotten shore and of learning sorcery by studying the spell at work. As such, the work of actual weavers was strangely accessible. Sonny shook his head, then calmed down and looked back to Anink's mantle. Right, this is great news then. Not only will I be able to understand its enchantments faster, I will also be able to use them as a replacement for a textbook and propel my weaving forward. Hopefully, it's still not exactly an alphabet book. He spent the rest of the day studying the odd weave. It was not simple by any means, but after suffering the appalling complexity of the immaculate weaves created by the spell, Sonny almost enjoyed the process. In the end, he realized that the black mantle was not that mysterious of an item. The masks the priests wore were the true treasures, while their attire was mostly meant to serve a practical purpose. It was still a precious heirloom, of course. The fabric itself seemed to be a transcendent material, very similar to the night silk from which Noctis had once sewn him a garment. In fact, it might have been the very same silk. It was fashioned in a way that obfuscated the wearer's physical features, and enchanted to be supremely durable, stealthy, and enduring, all qualities that the persecuted priests of the nightmare spell would have needed in their perilous journeys. A perfect attire for heretical evangelists who often found themselves being hated and hunted by the people they were trying to convert, or an ill-fated awakened who often found himself having to deal with all kinds of unspeakable horrors. Sonny hesitated for a while, then summoned Weaver's needle and got to work modifying the weave of the nebulous black mantle. Black threads joined the ethereal strings of soul essence. By the time the 7 suns drowned in the water and the great river shone with iridescent radiance, he lowered his hands and heard the spell whispering into his ear. You have received a memory, Anink's mantle. Chapter 1342, Nebulous Mantle. It didn't take a lot of effort to add the basic patterns of a memory to the weave of the black mantle. That was what he had been doing over and over again to supply the brilliant emporium with inventory, after all. By now, weaving them was almost muscle memory. They did not put a lot of pressure on a weave, either. Even dormant memories of the first tier could bear the weight. The nexus of the mantle had been fashioned out of a transcendent soul shard, so Sonny did not even have to integrate a second node into the ethereal tapestry. It was a bit tricky to make the 2 different schools of weaving flow into each other, but since Sonny's method was the more intricate one and not the other way around, solving that problem proved to be trivial. Just like that, he gained a new memory at the cost of a few shadow strings. Enjoying the view of the shimmering great river, Sonny smiled tiredly. Studying hard was an exhausting process, but he welcomed the fatigue. It was a sign that he had made progress. He didn't regret turning the mantle into a memory, even if it wasn't useful. He would have been reluctant to part with it. All things that weren't stored within his soul would be lost at the end of the nightmare. If he had been cognizant of that fact earlier, he would have had a better memento of Noctis than a luxurious chair. Although he had nothing really to complain about, considering that the shadow chair was actually one of his most valued memories. Sonny summoned the runes. Anank's mantle was there at the end of the list. Even though he more or less already knew what the runes would say, he still read them. Memory, Anank's mantle. Memory rank, transcendent. Memory tier, memory type, garment. Sonny smiled faintly. Garments were a rare type of memory, since the better ones were classified as armor by the spell. Those that did not make the cut were generally less useful, but their benefit was that they could be worn in conjunction with an armor-type memory, like the Dark Wing, which he had been using ever since the Forgotten Shore. He continued reading, feeling a pinching pain in his heart. Memory description. This mantle once belonged to Anank of Weave, priestess of the nightmare spell. She met the children of Weaver in a nightmare and guided them across the perilous currents of time. Her wisdom was radiant and her kindness was a blessing. May she rest in peace. The spell had not written that description. Sonny had written it himself. He had tried to come up with the right words, but they all rang hollow. In the end, he had simply written a few awkward sentences, not knowing what else to do. Unsatisfied, Sonny looked away from the description. No one else is going to see this description anyway. Only Nephi's and me. Eventually, he grimaced and concentrated on the enchantments. The runes read, memory enchantments, enduring, concealing, tasteless. Enduring made the mantle durable, resistant against the elements and capable of repairing itself. Concealing masked the presence of its wearer, the mystical kind of presence powerful, awakened, possessed. Tasteless, though, was a rather strange enchantment, if it could even be called that. From what Sonny could see, it didn't do anything. It was just there, containing nothing except for its name and description. The description read, Tasteless enchantment description. Why did it have to be black? Which was rather perplexing. The people wearing the mantle would not have been able to read the description unless they were sorcerers themselves, which most of the priests of the nightmare spell had not been. So, the mysterious creator of the enchanted garment seemed to have left that odd message for no one in particular. Sonny shook his head. That person must have been a bit of a lunatic. Also, what are they talking about? Everything looks better in black. Each rune of the description demanded essence strings to be wasted after all, and weaving them took both effort and time. So only a crazy person would go around weaving unnecessary runes. Sonny coughed, remembering his own track record. Back in the Antarctic Center, he had once sent Nephi's a message through a memory called, I am stuck in an endless tunnel full of true darkness. How the hell do I get out? Asked Cassie. Was there really a need to add the hell to the actual question? No. But did it feel good to add it? Hell yes. Looking down in embarrassment, he put on the tasteful black mantle and rose. Leaving the shadow chair by the catch, Sonny rubbed his face and went to find Nephi's. He had gained a lot of insights from studying the weave left behind by an unknown sorcerer. It felt like his understanding of sorcery was on the precipice of taking a qualitative leap in the coming days. He would have to do a lot more work, of course, as well as digest all his gains. However, Sonny already had a few ideas on how to proceed. Right now, he lacked the soul shards to do anything significant. There were a few that Anank had used while fishing to lure the nightmare creatures, but those were of lesser ranks. He was meaning to use them to create memories for Nightmare to consume. That said, he still had the supreme soul shard that they had scavenged from the black turtle, which meant that he could potentially create a supreme memory. Of course, it was not that simple. Scaling an enchantment was not as simple as replacing the nexus of a weave. Most of them could not be scaled at all, and those that could require the weave itself to be vastly modified and improved. After all, strings made out of awakened soul essence could not endure the flow of transcendent energies. The patterns themselves had to be adjusted as well to account for the increased burden. Not to mention that enchantments were usually limited by their own nature. Infusing them with more potent essence would simply be a waste. It was a proper mess. However, when Sonny asked himself how to empower the members of the cohort and make them capable of facing the perils of the tomb of Ariel better, he couldn't help but think back to the Forgotten Shore, where they had also been forced to fight abominations 1 or even 2 ranks above them. How had they been able to survive that crucible? There were a lot of reasons why they had, but one of the most significant ones was a single memory. A memory that could empower all other memories, and which had been the primary goal of their lethal expedition across the Crimson Labyrinth to the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. The Dawn Shard. So, what if Sonny did not create a supreme memory, but instead elevated the Dawn Shard to the supreme rank? Wouldn't that be the most efficient way of making the cohort stronger? Chapter 13:43 Crown of Dawn. The deck of the chain breaker was dark, illuminated only by the pale glow of the iridescent water that gleamed below. The radiance of the great river at night was usually beautiful, but today it seemed ghostly. Sonny was not disturbed by the darkness, of course, but he had to think about Nephi's as well. We should probably place a few lanterns around the ship. The light of the lanterns could potentially attract nightmare creatures, but that was not really a problem, not because they were not wary of the abominations, but because gaining their attention was more or less inevitable. Thinking about when their first battle would happen, Sonny approached the stern of the ship. Nephi's was still standing in the runic circle, holding the steering oar. There was a luminous memory placed on the deck near her feet, creating a small island of warm orange glow in the ocean of darkness. In that orange light, her beautiful face was pale and lifeless. She had been guiding the ship the entire day, and the accumulated fatigue was taking its toll. He listened to the wind determining its direction. It's blowing from the future. Stepping into the light, Sonny smiled and gestured to the oar. Go rest. I'll take it from here. He could not use the sorcery of names yet, but since the winds were on their side, the chain breaker could do without its support for now. Losing some speed was not going to delay them by much. In fact, both Saint and Fiend were intelligent enough to keep the ship on course. Sonny preferred to let them stand guard for now, though. Studying his face for a few moments, Nephi's nodded and let go of the oar. As she stepped out of the runic circle, Sonny entered it. Wait. He caught her hand in his own and lingered for a few moments. She stared at him with an incredulous expression. That memory of yours, the Crown of Dawn. Can you lend it to me for a few days? Nephi's raised an eyebrow. Sure. Why? Sonny simply shrugged. I want to see if I can improve it a little. Don't get your hopes up, though. Chances are nothing will end up happening. It's worth a try at least. She hesitated for a couple of moments. Then a spark of energy traveled from her hand into his own. The spell whispered, its voice as enigmatic as ever. You have received a memory, Dawn Shard. Sonny smiled. Thank you. Now go rest. I'll wake you up if some abyssal horror attacks us from below the waves, I promise. Nephi stared at him somberly. You could have just said sweet dreams, you know, he grinned. Oh, I do. But where's the fun in that? Shaking her head, Nephi's freed her cool hand from his grasp, picked up the luminous memory, and left. Sonny remained standing in the darkness for a while, staring at the empty space where she had just been. Then he sighed, glanced at his empty hand, and placed it on the steering oar. Ah! So lonesome, sailing across a river of unholy Titan's blood in the dark. With that, Sonny summoned the Dawn Shard. A simple band of bright metal appeared in his free hand, decorated with a single gem. The Crown of Dawn did not look that impressive at first glance. It was more austere than opulent, and yet that simple circlet was the reason Sonny, the members of the cohort, and the Fire Keepers had been able to return from the Forgotten Shore. Its single enchantment was extraordinarily powerful. The Dawn Shard empowered all memories in a large radius around it. Back on the Forgotten Shore, that empowerment had been strong enough to elevate the awakened weapons of the Dreamer army to resemble Ascended Ones in terms of lethality, which was an inconceivable boon, considering that there was no limit to the number of memories the Crown of Dawn could enhance. It was a passive enchantment as well. That was how they had been able to slay fallen abominations. Sadly, its usefulness diminished more and more as Nephis and her allies grew stronger and acquired better equipment after escaping the Forgotten Shore. The Dawn Shard could still empower ascended memories to a substantial degree, but nowhere near elevating them to an entire new rank. The effect on transcendent memories was even more modest. Considering the type of enemies Sunny and the members of the cohort would have to face in the third nightmare, that augmentation was all but insignificant. But what if he elevated the Crown of Dawn itself from an ascended memory to a supreme one? Sunny doubted that he would be able to perform a flawless alteration. But even if he managed to make the Dawn Shard as powerful as a transcendent memory by outfitting it with a supreme soul shard, the result would already increase their chances of prevailing against great nightmare creatures by a lot. Before, he would not have even dared to try, but now, he had two advantages. The first one was the push studying Anank's mantle had given him. The second one was the nature of the Crown of Dawn itself. The first time Nephis had used it, Sunny saw the weaves of his memories growing more radiant, each nexus an ethereal string shining with brighter light. The augmentation either strengthened the memories by empowering their weaves, or made the weaves stronger to withstand the increased power of the memories. In any case, the result was the same. The essence strings became more robust. And the first memory the Dawn Shard empowered was itself. Its weave was always augmented by its own effect, perhaps. That was the reason why this ascended memory could possess such an unreasonable power. So, it was more or less a perfect memory for Sunny to try and transplant the Supreme Shard into. His major concern was that strings weaved from lesser essence would not be able to withstand the burden of channeling superior energies. But what if they were made more durable by those very same energies? The weave of the Crown of Dawn was much too complex for him to recreate, but modifying it was different, probably. He wouldn't know until he took a look. Sunny shifted his perception and peered into the bright metal, trying to discern the underlying weave of the shard memory. Soon, an inconceivable tapestry of ethereal strings appeared in front of his eyes, shining in the darkness. Holding the oar, he smiled wistfully and took a deep breath. Let's get to work. Chapter 1344. On course, the weave of a shard memory was subtly different from an ordinary one. They possessed some unique qualities, after all, like the ability to remain in existence after the owner's death, or the hidden purpose of manifesting the oath keys after all 7 had been gathered in one place. Luckily, Sunny possessed 2 shard memories of his own, the Midnight and Moonlight shards, so he already knew how to find and isolate these sections of the tapestry, which was supposed to make the task of deciphering the rest of it easier. In theory. In practice, the spellweave of a shard memory was even more labyrinthine than that of a normal memory. Sunny had managed to gain a sufficient level of understanding of the Midnight Shard, enough so to apply a part of its enchantment to the siege souvenir. But the Moonlight Shard still remained beyond his grasp, which was a shame, because the ghostly stiletto possessed one of the most useful enchantments Sunny had ever seen. It was able to appear instantly, without wasting any time manifesting itself from the sparks of essence. If Sunny could master that single enchantment, all memories he created would gain a lethal edge. The more powerful a memory was, the longer it took to manifest. So, as the awakened reached higher ranks of power, they had to be more and more strategic about when to summon their memories. Considering that he was unable to master the weave of the Moonlight Shard to this day, the Dawn Shard could very well prove to be a similarly tough nut to crack. As Sunny stared at the vast tapestry of ethereal strings hidden within the band of bright metal, the corner of his eye twitched. Yeah, this was not going to be easy. But I can do it. He was certain of it. Recreating the whole weave was out of the question, but modifying it, armed with the insights he had gained and would gain from Anink's mantle, he felt confident in his chances. It was just going to take a lot of effort and a lot of time. How do I transplant a new nexus without collapsing the whole weave? How do I ensure that superior essence actually produces a superior result? How do I prevent the less resilient sections of the weave from being torn apart by the increased burden on them? All these questions required answers. There were many more problems to solve, as well. Sunny had never tried something quite as ambitious as turning a powerful ascended memory into a tremendously more powerful supreme memory. One thing was certain: it would require an inhuman level of finesse and precision. It would also require a lot of additional essence strings, and a lot of ingenuity, of course. The task was daunting, but Sunny did not feel discouraged. Instead, he felt almost excited. It beat patching up sails or drowning in a foul mood, at least. Comfortably resting his back against the bending surface of the tall apluster, he moved the oar a little and peered into the shimmering spellweave. By the time the 7 suns rose from the water, Sunny felt like his head was on the verge of exploding. However, he also felt satisfied with his progress. Standing in the runic circle at the stern of the graceful vessel, Sunny was holding the Dawn Shard in one hand. His other hand was resting on the steering oar. His other 4 hands danced in the air and weaved strings from his flowing shadow essence. Those were manifested from the shadows, of course. Sunny had been long accustomed to using an additional pair of shadow arms. It was not too hard for him, considering his experiences in the second nightmare. The most difficult part was actually learning how to manifest sufficiently intricate hands from shadows, but he had mastered that in Antarctica as well. While studying the weave of the Crown of Dawn, though, he understood that the finesse he would need to alter it was not something a human could achieve. 2 hands and 10 fingers were simply not enough. And neither were 4 hands and 20 fingers, at least not at his current level of skill. So, remembering his dream of being Weaver, Sunny tried to manifest not 2, but 6 additional arms. Finally controlling 8 hands at the same time had turned out too much for his mind, however. Even with the help of the Shroud of Dusk, he could not manage that many. It was one thing to pull on the ropes to raise sails, or rip nightmare creatures to shreds. Those were crude actions that did not require a lot of finesse. Weaving, on the other hand, demanded absolute precision. Displacing a string by a hair's breadth could mean the difference between success and failure. In the end, Sunny had to dismiss 2 shadow arms and be satisfied with only having 6 hands. Who walks around with only 6 arms? That's simply unreasonable, embarrassing, really. At that moment, Nephi's emerged from the lower deck, rubbing her face sleepily. She glanced at Sunny and nodded, then froze and looked at him again. After a while, she shook her head slightly, sighed, and continued on her way to examine the ship and practice her swordsmanship. Some time later, the smell of delicious food being cooked reached Sunny's nose. He smiled. Time for breakfast, I guess. Commanding Saint to replace him at the steering oar, Sunny dismissed the Dawn Shard and went to find Nephi's. They ate in the shade of the sacred tree, enjoying the warm sunlight and the refreshing breeze. After a while, she asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" Sunny leaned back, satisfied, then shook his head. "Not yet. I can go without sleep for a couple more days. There's a lot I want to achieve before we reach fallen grace." He had to continue studying Anink's mantle, alter the spellweave of Dawn Shard, create memories for Nightmare to consume, and more. She frowned a little. "Mental fatigue will slow you down. Your mind needs time to recover, too." He smiled. "I know." I have the shroud of graceless Dusk, remember, the same Dusk we are on our way to visit. It helps me recover from exhaustion, both physical and mental, faster. I'll be all right. Time waited for no man, and there was no rest for the wicked. Sonny was not overestimating himself. He just knew exactly how much he could endure. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. All right, suit yourself. He suddenly remembered something. Ah. After I am done with the Dawn Shard, I want you to teach me how to use the sorcery of names. I didn't want to split my focus before, but now I feel like it can help me advance faster in my own skills. Probably. All right, she nodded again. After finishing the breakfast, they used the esoteric navigation tools to make sure that the ship had not strayed off course. Then Nephis took her place in the runic circle again, while Sonny sat on the deck a few meters away and continued studying the Crown of Dawn. Several days passed in that manner. The two of them spend most of their time together and some time apart. They resumed their sword training, involving Saint as well. The deck of the graceful ship was often filled with the sound of clashing steel. When the two of them were not sparring, though, Sonny had a different task for the graceful knight. Now that fiend had grown into a proper devil, it was time for him to learn combat mastery too. The Steel Shadow's most fearsome weapons were his claws and teeth, so Sonny instructed Saint to teach him in hand-to-hand combat. Since she was a master of all types of combat, that did not stump her one bit. Hearing Fiend crash into the wooden deck over and over again, Sonny smiled from the corner of his mouth and continued weaving. Memories of his own painful training with Saint, all that time ago in the Dark City, made him feel a bit of compassion for the ravenous steel ogre. Of course, the lucky bastard possessed the marvel attribute, which made him capable of learning new things at astonishing speed. Sonny was actually curious to see which of them would absorb Saint's lessons faster. Granted, Sonny had learned combat mastery from her while hunting down lethal abominations in the Dark City in order to survive. Fiend, in comparison, had all his needs cared for by a kind, generous, and benevolent master, who wouldn't learn fast with such a benefactor. Everything was peaceful for these first few days. Then they suffered the first attack. Chapter 1345, Monster Herders, you are wasting your time. You will definitely fail. Just give up. You know you're not smart enough to accomplish anything worthwhile. Do you really want to make the woman holding your leash stronger? How foul. Your collection of failures just keeps growing, huh? Ignoring the sin of solace, Sonny leaned against Anank's ketch as he studied the Dawn Shard. His shadow hands continued to weave strings of essence. His concentration remained unbroken. He even welcomed the derisive comments. The more the hateful wraith berated him, the more Sonny felt like he was on the right track. The sin of solace would not have bothered to interfere if there was no chance of success. After all, it was not in his nature to bet against Sonny when there were no stakes. What, you are ignoring me now, or have you forgotten how to speak? Sonny threw a calm glance at the apparition, then turned back to the Crown of Dawn. We'll speak when you tell me how you knew about the Mad Prince. The sin of solace scoffed. Gods, why do I even bother? I am sick of this tired routine. He laughed bitterly, then added in a resigned tone, but there's nothing else to do. How boring. The chain breaker was swaying gently underneath them. Saint was standing guard at the bow, Fiend and Nightmare were guarding the sacred tree, and Nephis was at the stern, steering the ship. The seven suns had already descended into the depths of the great river, and the deck was illuminated by a scattering of lanterns. The water glowed softly, diluting the impenetrable darkness of the night with ghostly opalescence. Sonny smiled faintly. Find a hobby. The sin of solace stared at him unamused. Then he turned to the bow of the ship and sighed. At least there's spectacle. Sonny paid it no attention. Then he hurriedly dismissed the Dawn Shard and jumped to his feet. Crap! Lunging forward, he felt the chain breaker shudder as a violent wave hit it from the side. Neph, we are under attack. Out there in front of the graceful ship, about 100 meters away, the water had grown bleak and restless. A vast and ancient shadow was rising from the depths, surrounded by countless smaller ones. Twisting tendrils stretched toward the surface. Standing on the bow, Saint calmly raised her warbow and drew its string. Pure darkness flowed from the seams of her onyx armor, enveloping the black arrow that had manifested itself out of thin air. A moment later, she set it loose. The arrow disappeared into the glowing water without a trace. You have slain a corrupted beast, drowned outcast. Your shadow grows stronger. Saint was already drawing the bow again. At the same time, long tentacles exploded from beneath the waves, rising above the chain breaker like dark, glistening towers. Shuddering, Sonny remembered his first night on the forgotten shore. Damnation, I'm going to have to repair the sails again. Smaller shapes were rising from the restless water and scaling the sides of the ship, swift and nimble. Sonny saw the pale glow reflecting on the blades of crude spears. In the darkness below the tree, Fiend's eyes ignited with an incinerating red glow. The shadows around him moved, releasing a tenebrous stallion with adamantine fangs from their embrace. An explosion of white radiance drowned the stern of the chain breaker in blinding light. Go. I'll handle things here. Hearing Neff's response, Sonny ran past Saint and jumped over the railing without ever slowing down. A moment later, he plunged into the cold water, rushing to meet the horror that was rising from the depths. It was there, a massive shape that stretched its giant tentacles toward the moving vessel. Enormous, ancient, and harrowing, Sonny felt hundreds of eyes pierce him with an inhuman gaze, all belonging to the same creature. A tyrant. Sonny's figure grew indistinct, surrounded by countless shadows. Then the maw of a furious sea serpent emerged from the darkness, bellowing in rage as it shot into the boiling depths. The long serpentine body followed, encased in onyx armor. The great river stirred. Sometime later, Sonny climbed onto the deck of the chain breaker and huffed, red drops falling from his hair. He was drenched in blood, of course. That blood was not his. There was a sizable sack in his hands. That sack was actually Anink's mantle, which was resistant to water, its sleeves tied in a knot. Inside the improvised sack, 2 sizable transcendent soul shards glimmered softly in the dark. Sonny checked on them, then looked around the deck. Why did I even wash it? Why did I even have Fiend wash it? The deck was littered with corpses. The creatures that had died here, cut, torn apart, and burned to ashes, resembled a weird mix between humans and sea creatures. They had humanoid torsos with pale skin, while their legs were replaced by long, powerful black tentacles. Their bodies were emaciated, with ghastly growths covering them like barnacles. The sight was both repulsive and inspiring. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare earned me a few shadow fragments. Even better, there are plenty of soul shards to be harvested in addition to the ones I brought back. The depth dweller he had killed was not a tyrant in the end. It was just a huge, nasty, corrupted monster. It seemed that these drowned outcasts were not its minions. Instead, the smaller creatures appeared to have herded the enormous monstrosity, using it to attack larger prey. Waste of essence. If Sonny knew that in advance, he would have used the nimble catch and the sin of solace to cut the depth dweller down. He froze for a moment, suddenly stunned by how odd the situation was. Wait, since when am I so dismissive of corrupted monsters? That thing could have easily finished me if I wasn't careful. Damn it. Am I becoming arrogant? Arrogance gets people killed. Sonny was strong and skilled, but he wasn't invulnerable. Even though he could easily slaughter dozens of fallen abominations or face corrupted ones without fear, each of them could very well end his life with one strike. Maybe 2, considering the defensive properties of the marble shell. I better correct this attitude fast. Oh my, what a rare moment of self-reflection. You should correct the rest of your nasty personality while you're at it. Maybe then people won't find you as uncomfortable to be around as they do now. Looking up darkly, Sonny saw the sword wraith staring at him with disdain. The sin of solace was still as annoying as he had been before the attack. Nothing much changed, honestly. If there was one thing, though, it was that Sonny had plenty of soul shards to turn into memories now. Standing up and summoning his clothes back, he looked around and noticed Fiend, the fearsome devil, seemed to be hiding from him behind the tree. Sonny smiled. "Come here, buddy." Fiend hesitated for a few moments, then reluctantly walked over. Sonny pointed to the gruesome corpses. "Harvest the soul shards, then clean this mess up." The devil's shoulders fell. Sonny patted Fiend on one of these shoulders. Well, he wanted to, but the bastard was too tall to do it comfortably. Plus, his body was covered in all kinds of sharp spikes. So in the end, the gesture ended up being rather reserved. "Oh, and you can eat all these guys. Stuff yourself as much as you want. Now that your primary attributes are set, you don't need to maintain a diet anymore." Ravenous sparks ignited in the depths of Fiend's fiery eyes. Chapter 1346. Faltering Star. Fiend feasted on the corpses of the drowned outcasts with delight. The sight of the metallic devil gorging himself on the dead abominations was a bit gruesome, but mercifully swift. The bodies disappeared into the shadows, incinerating maw as if they had never existed. Before too long, the deck was clear once again. Where does all this meat even go? This time, the infernal ogre had not gained any new attributes or abilities, which was an expected result if the scavengers were capable of attaining new powers from each creature they devoured. Sonny would have never survived the battle with the original ravenous fiend. It had to be a rare occurrence, especially now that the Shadow's main attributes were set. It did seem like he had grown a little bit stronger, though, just as the other shadows did when absorbing a fragment. Throwing a dubious glance at the satisfied devil, Sonny shook his head and commanded the glutton to go find a mop. While Fiend was washing the blood off the deck, Sonny and Nephi's briefly examined the ship and then gathered at the stern to divide the soul shards. "Let's just each take half." He looked at the small pile of shimmering crystals, calmly thinking about how to use them best. All of the shards were transcendent. Considering how nonchalant he was about this unimaginable treasure trove, remembering the awe they had felt when witnessing a pair of transcendent soul shards back on the forgotten shore felt both amusing and nostalgic. Nephi simply shook her head. "I'll take a quarter. Your shadows killed twice as many as I did while you dealt with the depth dweller. That should be fair." Sonny glanced at her, hesitating. She was right. Out of the two of them, he had contributed much more to the victory. That only went to show how powerful he had grown, armed with a developed aspect legacy and 3 powerful shadows. It also meant that Nephi's needed to catch up as soon as possible. And yet, 3/4 of their spoils amounted to 17 transcendent soul shards. If made into a memory and fed to Nightmare, each would give him 4 shadow fragments. That meant that the Black Stallion would be most of the way to Ascension by the time Sonny finished weaving all these memories, while Nephi's was still far away from becoming a Titan. Strategically, strengthening Nightmare first made more sense. Sonny nodded. "All right." Illuminated by the soft glimmer of the soul shards, Neph's face seemed even more reserved than usual. Was she pondering the matter of her faltering progress as well? With a sigh, Nephi's took her share of the soul shards and methodically crushed them one after another, absorbing the streams of ethereal light. Then she rose and said, her tone flat, "We've wasted enough time here already. I'll go back to the steering oar." He watched her walk into the runic circle with a complicated expression. Is she still feeling uncertain of herself after the second nightmare? She has been strangely mild ever since coming back. Selfishly, I like this Nephi's more. But he also missed the version of Nephi's that was like an uncompromising flame. A flame that burned with enough passion and unreasonable resolve to burn down the entire world. Sonny shook his head slightly and gathered the rest of the soul shards. She is still the same. When the time comes, She'll burn brighter than the 7 suns combined. I just hope that I won't be burned with the rest of this cursed tomb when that happens." Not entirely convinced, he stored the shards in the covetous coffer and went back to peering into the complexities of spellweaves. The chain breaker continued sailing downstream. In the next week, it was attacked several more times for better or worse, by solitary nightmare creatures instead of groups like the drowned outcasts had been. Sunny and Nephi's dealt with the grotesque depth dwellers with some effort, but not too much effort. Apart from a few shallow wounds, the biggest hurdle they faced was removing the corpse of an especially large creature from the ram of the ship, which had impaled the abomination after a purposeful and violent collision. None of the nightmare creatures were as powerful as the harrowing foes they had faced in the far reaches of the future. On the positive side, Sunny and Nephi's were alive. On the negative side, they had not been able to salvage as many soul shards as they had after the first attack. Sunny didn't really mind. His time was divided between studying the weave of Anank's mantle and concocting a tentative plan for altering the dawn shard. At the same time, he was creating memories from the shards in his possession. That last task was moving along slowly, since it took him roughly a whole day to weave one. That pace was only possible because his reserves of essence were fully restored each dawn and dusk thanks to the crown of twilight. Still, by the end of the week, Nightmare had absorbed 28 shadow fragments, bringing the counter to 229/300. Sunny still had enough soul shards to create 10 rudimentary transcendent memories, each equivalent to 4 fragments. If nothing went wrong, the counter would reach 269/300 in 10 days. His loyal steed's ascension was drawing close. By the end of the week, he felt ready to attempt modifying the Dawn Shard. However, because of how important that endeavor was to the conquest of the third nightmare, Sunny decided to go over everything he had learned and envisioned a few more times. Putting the crown of dawn away and dismissing the shadow hands, he leaned against the side of the ketch and closed his eyes. "I've created a sufficient length of essence thread. I've studied the spellweave of the Dawn Shard extensively. I compared the structure of the pattern surrounding the nexus with all the other memories I possess. I've grown accustomed to weaving with 6 hands." He spent 2 days meditating on his plans and mentally going over everything that could go wrong. Finally, just before dawn of the third day, Sunny opened his eyes and manifested 4 shadow arms once again. It's time to begin. Chapter 1347, Trial of Skill. The hypnotizing tapestry of the spellweave stretched in the darkness in front of him. Countless threads of ethereal light intertwined in a beautiful, but seemingly chaotic pattern, centered around a radiant nexus. There had been a time when these patterns were a complete mystery to Sunny, but although they still remained mystifying and nebulous, he could discern an elegant underlying structure to their dazzling, dizzying arrays now. He could also feel the purpose of various elements of the weave more clearly. The spellweave of the Dawn Shard was not the most complex he had ever seen. But it was more complex than most. Even after isolating the rudimentary enchantments that all memories possessed and the special properties shared by shard memories, the remaining expanse of ethereal strings was Byzantine and daunting. Luckily, his goal was not to recreate the weave from scratch. He also did not intend to alter its function, only its capacity and resilience, as well as transplanting a new, much more potent nexus than the existing one. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer and produced a large, shining crystal from within it. When put together, the band of bright metal and the supreme soul shard he had harvested from the guts of the black turtle looked comical. The soul shard was much larger than the crown of dawn, yet it was supposed to become encompassed by it. But that was not an obstacle. Weaves did not exist in the physical sense, anyway. Just like souls, they inhabited an entirely different plane of existence. Sunny pulled on the invisible thread of shadow essence. At the same time, a needle that shone with a faint golden glow appeared in one of his hands. He took a deep breath. Steady. The process had to be steady. But it couldn't be slow. Sunny would have to remove the original nexus first before transplanting a new one. The moment it was removed, the weave was going to start falling apart. So he had to tie as many of the most important threads back fast, and then bring the rest back even faster. He had spent years learning sorcery and 2 weeks restlessly preparing for this moment, but the outcome was going to be decided in less than 10 minutes. If Sunny succeeded, the cohort would acquire a powerful tool to help them survive the nightmare. If he failed, the Dawn Shard would be destroyed and he would have to explain himself to one hell of an angry changing star. She probably won't kill me. Right, but just in case, I'd better not fail. Of course you will. When have you ever not failed? The Sin of Solace was observing the process with a disdainful expression. Sunny was concentrating on the task so much that he had lowered his guard. As a result, the hurtful remark actually cut, for once. Well, to be honest, they always cut a little, but this time he felt bitter anger swell in his chest. Calm down. Throwing a dark look at the grinning apparition, Sunny wrapped all 5 shadows around himself and summoned the crown of twilight. As the first ray of sunshine burst from the horizon, he took a deep breath and thrust one of his shadow hands into the ethereal tapestry of the spellweave. His clawed fingers wrapped themselves around the shining nexus, and then crushed it, destroying the anchor of the countless threads. I wonder how anyone could have been a weaver before me. Sunny was more or less certain that the very ability to not only see, but also touch the ethereal strings was granted to him by Bone Weave. His eyes had been altered by consuming a drop of Weaver's blood, while his fingers had been altered by swallowing the alabaster phalanx of the Demon of Fate. On the surface, the alteration simply made them more sensitive, but he felt that it went much deeper than that. Who knew? Maybe he would be able to caress the strings of fate itself one day. Before the radiant weave could fully fall apart, his other hand placed the supreme soul shard in its center. The one that had crushed the original nexus was already retreating, catching the most important thread as it did. 3 more hands flashed forward, doing the same. The last hand, his left human hand, was the most important since it held Weaver's needle. All the rest were meant to stall the deterioration of the weave, but it was meant to actually mend the damage. Threading the first ethereal string into the radiant needle, Sunny connected it to the nexus. Then another and another, faster. 5 of his hands danced, manipulating the dying weave into following their will, holding it from crumbling and pulling it back from the verge of collapse. At the precise moment when the new nexus became connected to enough strings to hold it in place, the 6th joined them. What madness made me think that having only 5 fingers is enough? Damnation! I should have learned to have more. Time seemed to have slowed down. Sunny felt the same rush of adrenaline he did during furious battles. His perception subtly changed, turning the world stark and clear. Golden sparks glimmered in the depths of his dark eyes. For a few moments, everything was in a fragile balance. One wrong move, one slightest mistake, and the weave would have reached the point of no return. But Sunny did not make any mistakes. He performed every movement flawlessly, focused to such a degree that all his senses except sight and the tactile feeling of intangible threads sliding through his fingers disappeared. Finally, after something that felt both like a second and an eternity, that moment of fragility passed. The main structure of the weave had been connected to the new nexus, ensuring its stability. Good. As Sunny's hands continued to tie the few last threads to the shining ember, his mind already wandered to the next task. The first step of the alteration had been completed, but the result was still uncertain. The next stage was going to decide whether he would succeed or not, and while it gave him more leeway, it was no less difficult. Chapter 1348 Sorcerer Supreme. Now that a supreme soul shard replaced the original nexus of the spellweave, The powerful energy contained within it flowed into the radiant tapestry. The ethereal threads shone much brighter, reinforced by their own enchantment. Most of them held. But some of the more delicate patterns started to glow too intensely, as if a moment away from catching on fire and dissipating into blinding light. He had to reinforce these sections of the weave, and do it in a way that did not contradict the intricate patterns. Threading a string of shadow essence into Weaver's needle, he held himself back from hurrying too much, and started to weave new patterns, these ones black and lightless on top, and through the radiant ones. The needle worked in the most pressing areas of the weave, while his other hands tackled less critical points. No matter how nimble his fingers were, he still couldn't weave as fast without a proper tool. The reverse effect of his unique ability to touch the ethereal strings was that they were sharper than any sword could ever be, and were thus capable of cutting his flesh without any effort. Losing a finger was as easy as applying the slightly wrong amount of pressure or missing the mark by a hair's breadth. That said, while his own fingers were indispensable, those of the shadow hands could be easily sacrificed. They weren't just as responsive as the real ones, but the fact that one or two could be lost with no consequence made up for the fact. Ouch! No matter how careful Sonny was, the dire need to move fast was bound to cause him some pain. A thin cut appeared on his right thumb, swelling with blood. Luckily, no drop of it fell into the weave to disturb its delicate equilibrium. His blood was tenacious, after all, and knew how to stay inside his body. Most of the time, the shadow hands were faring worse. By the time Sonny put out the most dangerous fires, they were utterly shredded. He was barely keeping the wounded shadows from dissipating back into intangible forms, and had even been forced to dismiss one of the arms and create an entirely new one on the fly. Nevertheless, it felt like he was past the most dangerous part. A shaky breath escaped from Sonny's lips, and a drop of sweat fell from his forehead onto the wooden deck. Without allowing himself to relax, he froze for a split second, gazing at the entirety of the weave. The nexus is holding. There and there, the shadow strings are lessening the burden on the original ones just as planned. That area is a bit frayed. I need to reinforce it more. No, not more, better. Those areas, though, looked fine at the start, but are starting to worry me now. Calming his wildly beating heart, he resumed his work. Now, Sonny moved at a less breakneck pace, but was more methodical in his approach. Good, it's all coming together. It was a wonderful feeling. The collapsing weave had struggled against his attempts to save it at first, to the point that he felt like 3 critical problems appeared for each one he fixed. The more he repaired and reinforced it, though, the more it felt like the weave was assisting him. The ethereal tapestry was starting to look elegant once again. The radiant threads and the lightless ones intertwined in a beautiful harmony. Both were being strengthened by the enchantment of the dawn shard, and strengthening each other at the same time. A feeling of wondrous harmony permeated the intricate spellweave. Its nexus was replaced, and its pattern was invaded by countless new threads, all of them dark and ghostly. But nevertheless it was resembling a different but natural version of itself more and more. Continuing his meticulous work, Sonny threw a brief glance at the Sin of Solace. "Hey, you," the sword wraith raised an eyebrow. "Hey yourself, fool." Sonny was already looking back at the weave, concentrating on finishing the alteration, but the corner of his mouth rose in a small, vindictive smile. "Go drown yourself in the river, you insufferable wretch. Weren't you endlessly going on about how I would inevitably fail? Well, did I? Who's the fool now, huh?" At that moment he grinned and abruptly lowered all 6 of his hands, then froze, staring intently at the bond of bright metal laying on the deck in front of him. His work was done. The alteration had been finished. Sonny took a deep breath, and as he did, the spell whispered into his ear, "Your memory has been destroyed." His eyes widened. His hands twitched. "Ho, Before the shock could even register in his mind, the spell spoke once more. "You have received a supreme memory, Crown of Dawn. W." Sonny remained frozen for a few moments, then slumped against the side of the ketch. An infuriating growl escaped from his lips. What the hell was that? Are you trying to give me a heart attack, you damned spell? Think before you speak, damn it." The spell did not answer, perhaps for the better. After calming down a little, Sonny dismissed the shadow arms and picked up the Crown of Dawn from the deck. His hands were trembling slightly. The eastern horizon was already painted lilac by the rising suns. Looking at the memory he had altered with burning eyes, he lingered for a while and then said tiredly, "So your name actually changed to the Crown of Dawn. Ah, how fitting." Before, that had simply been what they called the Dawn Shard, the shard memory of the first lord of the Bright Castle. But it seemed that the spell decided that the alteration he had performed was significant enough to warrant a new name for the newly elevated memory. Was he mistaken, or had the single gemstone adorning the austere band of metal become brighter? Enjoying the view of the bright gem, Sonny inhaled deeply and summoned the runes. The runes read, Memory, Crown of Dawn. Memory rank, Supreme. Chapter 13, 49 Crowning Achievement. Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking at the string of shimmering runes. A sense of profound relief and exhilaration washed over him. He suddenly felt refreshed and invigorated, as if his fatigue had receded a little, his mind clearing. No, not suddenly. Touching the smooth silk of the Shroud of Dusk, Sonny belatedly realized that it was already being augmented by the passive enchantment of the empowered Crown of Dawn. It's working. He closed his eyes for a moment, then took a look at the rest of the runes describing the band of bright metal. They were the same as before, only the rank of the memory had changed. Sonny had expected that. In fact, anything else would have been a cause for concern. The goal of the alteration was to strengthen the existing enchantment, after all, not change it. The Crown of Dawn would still be able to enhance all memories in a large area around it, with no limit to their number. It was just that the augmentation it provided had become much more potent. Most miraculous of all, that enchantment somehow remained a passive one. His eyes gleamed darkly. I think, armed with that power, the cohort would be able to challenge enemies far beyond their own level of prowess, which meant that they would have a much higher chance of conquering the nightmare and returning to the waking world alive, just like they had conquered the Forgotten Shore and returned from its unforgiving expanse alive. Smiled, then dismissed the Crown of Dawn and rose. Heading to the stern of the ship, Sonny tried to contain his emotions. His face remained neutral with only a faint smile playing on his lips. Soon he saw Nephi's. She threw a glance at him with the same calm expression she usually wore, then asked evenly, "What was the shouting about?" Sonny stumbled. "Right, I did curse the spell out, didn't I? In hindsight, that was probably not wise. He wouldn't put it past the damn thing to know how to hold a grudge." The descriptions it made of him were already vaguely snide, so Sonny shuddered at the thought of what the next one was going to say. Whatever, that will happen later. Right now, though, walking over to Nephi's, he shrugged. "Oh, it's nothing really. I just got a bit emotional and let the spell have it." "Why have you never yelled at the spell?" She stared at him dubiously. "Can't say that I have," Sonny coughed. "Well, anyway, give me your hand." Without waiting for permission, he grabbed it, lingered for a moment, and sent the Crown of Dawn from his soul into hers. Nephi's turned her head slightly and stared into the distance, or rather, it seemed like she did. In truth, she must have been reading the runes. "Oh, its name has changed." Then she suddenly froze. Sonny studied her face with rapt attention, registering every minute change. Sadly, Changing Star was not the kind of person to openly show emotions. Nevertheless, he noticed her pupils widening slightly, white sparks igniting in their depths. "Huh," he laughed. "You finally noticed its rank, didn't you? Well, 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 no need to praise me too much. I just took the soul shard we scavenged from inside the black turtle and transplanted it into the dawn shard, strengthening the weave of its enchantment to withstand the burden of channeling supreme power in the process. That's all. Sunny looked down modestly. I am totally not a peerless genius among peerless geniuses. You absolutely don't need to worship the ground I walk on. There's no ground in the tomb of Ariel, anyway. Nephi suddenly gripped his hand tightly and pierced him with a burning gaze. Sonny, you can elevate memories to higher ranks now, he smiled, enjoying the intensity of her reaction. However, his smile dimmed a little bit the next moment. Well, yes, but also no, Sonny sighed. The case of the Crown of Dawn is unique because it possesses an enchantment that enhances itself. That is why I was able to outfit it with a supreme soul shard and elevate its power by 2 whole ranks. For other memories, I doubt that they'll endure such a significant alteration. Elevating them by 1 rank, though, that should be possible for some, I think, if time-consuming. Nephi stared at him in silence. He hesitated for a few moments, then said in a somewhat stifled tone, "But She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yes," Sonny coughed. "Can you let go of my hand? You're sort of crushing it." Nephi's looked down, blinked a couple of times, then hurriedly released her grip. "Oh," Sonny shook his hand in the air. It didn't really hurt, but he had suddenly become painfully aware of how close they were standing. His face felt hot. Letting out an awkward chuckle, he shook his head and pointed to her head. "Now, summon that thing." I came here right away, so I don't even know how powerful exactly it has become. Nephi's nodded, and a whirlwind of radiant sparks appeared around her. Soon, a band of bright metal manifested itself from thin air, its single gem glistening in the light of the rising suns. "Let's do this." For the next half an hour, Sonny and Nephi's were engrossed in testing the effects of the Crown of Dawn on their memories. The results went beyond his wildest imagination. Sonny had thought that his makeshift alteration would cause a loss of potential, resulting in a memory that was a supreme one in name, but not in power. And there was some loss, inevitably, but so little that it could almost be disregarded. Before, the Dawn Shard had been capable of elevating the power of awakened memories to resemble that of ascended ones. It had also been capable of providing a significant boost to ascended memories, and a slight one to transcendent ones. The meaning of power in this context was an elusive one. The augmentation did not only empower the enchantments of the enhanced memories, but also the quality of the memories themselves. Swords would become sharper, armor would become more durable. There was also something else at play, the intangible, mystical quality that made magical materials different from the mundane ones was enhanced, as well, which was why the dreamers of the Dark City had been able to harm and slay enemies of higher ranks with their awakened weapons. The Crown of Dawn functioned in a similar fashion to its predecessor. However, its augmentation was much more powerful. An average awakened weapon was elevated to the level of a peak ascended one, while the most powerful awakened weapons could almost reach the realm of transcendence. Ascended memories were elevated to the level of transcendent ones, while transcendent memories, Sonny grew still, peering into the depths of the Sin of Solace. Under his gaze, the weave of the Jade Giant shone with blinding brilliance. It's not that different from the Crown of Twilight. It is like a supreme weapon. He threw a glance at the silent apparition that stood a few steps away, wearing a somber expression, and suddenly felt a pang of apprehension. Dismissing the Sin of Solace, Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then finally took the Crown of Twilight off his head and studied it. It was benefiting from being in the presence of the Crown of Dawn as well. The boost was not as striking as it was for the memories of lesser ranks, but still tangible. Nephi's, meanwhile, was holding her longsword with a hard-to-read expression. Suddenly, though, her beautiful face was illuminated by a radiant smile. "Sonny, this is amazing. With this we can," She stumbled over her words, not knowing what to say. Enjoying the rare sight of her smiling brightly, he nodded and looked in the direction where the current was pulling them. His own smile grew a little cold. Yes, Sonny gritted his teeth. We can slaughter them all. The winds filled the sails of the chain breaker, pushing it forward. The past awaited. Chapter 1350, familiar pattern by the time Sonny had finished the alteration of the Dawn Shard. They were not that far away from fallen grace. Neither he nor Nephi's knew the exact distance they had to traverse to find the last city of the Sybils, but the navigation tools Anik had left them pointed to its approach. Fallen Grace was situated in the western reaches of the great river, where the sky was almost always painted crimson by the setting sun. As the chain breaker sailed deeper into the past, it was also leaving behind the pure light of day. Gradually, the color of the sky above their heads changed, from vibrant azure to breathtaking magenta, and finally to the blood-red blaze of perpetual sunset. It was like sailing into a sea of blood. Sonny stared at the burning sky, awed by its fiery beauty. And its ominous dread. That's not concerning at all. Why would the Sybils build one of their cities in such a darkly beautiful but sinister place? Surely, living in the warm sunlight of the central region of the great river would have been much more pleasant. Shaking his head, he returned to the shade of the sacred tree and sat down, resting his back against its white bark. He had just finished weaving another memory for Nightmare, and was not in the mood to start on the next one just yet. His study of the spellweave of Anik's mantle had also been producing fewer and fewer results. It would never stop being useful to him as a learning tool, but Sonny felt like he was nearing a dead end. He would need to gain more skill as a weaver before looking to the Nebulous mantle for more lessons. So, what else was there to do? Feeling restless, he summoned the estuary key out of habit. Staring into the weave of the mysterious memory had become like a ritual by now. Even though Sonny could not understand anything about it, the process itself was calming. However, he had not taken a glance at the key since before attempting the alteration of the Crown of Dawn. Who knew? Maybe passing such an important milestone on his path to becoming a proper sorcerer would change something. Are you playing with our favorite toy again? Why don't you toss it overboard and be done with it? The sword wraith stared at him disdainfully from the shadows of the tree. Not paying the apparition any attention, Sonny held up the jagged black stone and peered into its weathered surface. The inconceivable weave of ghostly strings was as unattainable as ever. He studied its dark tapestry, following the twists and turns of the black threads, like he had done 100 times before. What a disappointment! I still can't even start to unravel its mysteries. Among all the odd things Sonny had seen and faced in the nightmare, the estuary key was perhaps the most bizarre. He still had no idea how this supreme memory of the 6th tier had ended up in his soul sea, or what it was supposed to do. However, after spending countless hours staring at the staggering weave of ghostly strings, he had gained a vague, tentative feeling about it. Sonny was mostly confident that the single, passive enchantment of the estuary key had 2 distinct effects. He did not know what these effects were, but felt that one was directed outward, while the other was directed inward, affecting the black stone itself, in some manner. The latter was also much more vast and potent than the former. It was unusual that a memory of the 6th tier only possessed a single enchantment, since it did. That enchantment had to be a powerful one, and most of that power went into ensuring the function of the inward effect. Maybe that's why I wasn't able to discern what exactly the enchantment does. It's only affecting the estuary key itself. Perhaps it was an enchantment that teleported the strange memory into the souls of unsuspecting awakened without their consent. As Sonny was feeling amused with this theory, his gaze suddenly caught on a minuscule part of the inconceivable weave. The lightless tapestry was vast enough that he might have never seen it before, or if he had, Sonny had not paid it any attention. But now he froze, staring at the inconspicuous pattern. What the hell is that? The pattern looked familiar. Sonny had definitely seen it before, somewhere else. Recently. Which was not that strange in and of itself. The estuary key was a memory, after all, and as such, it shared many small parts of its weave with all other memories, the patterns that created the rudimentary enchantments like the ability to be summoned and dismissed, repair itself, and so on. However, Sonny knew these patterns by heart. He had woven them from scratch many times after all, and this one was not one of them. Where have I seen it? The complicated array of ghostly strings had a certain unique structure to it, which was different from the rest of the spellweave. He recognized its nature after a moment of contemplation. Patterns like these were rare, but present in every memory. It was how runes were expressed through essence strings. Both the runic sorcery and shaping were based on true names, one etching them through a written language, the other invoking them directly. However, weaving was different. It did not rely on words to create enchantments. That said, there was still a place for words in a spellweave, and therefore for the runes inscribing them. These runes, translated from the corresponding string patterns, expressed the name of the memory, its description, and the true name of its master if the master possessed one. The problem was that Sonny had long identified the patterns that inscribed the name and description of the estuary key, as well as his own true name, and this particular pattern had nothing to do with them. Why were there additional runes hidden in the weave of the black stone? And why did the pattern of essence strings describing these runes look so familiar? Sonny leaned forward with a frown and concentrated, trying to decipher the meaning of the pattern. It was not at all difficult. In fact, it was even easier than usual, as if he had read this exact pattern of essence strings many times before. His pupils narrowed. Sin of. Sonny suddenly straightened, a cold shiver running down his spine. Standing in the shadows, the apparition yawned and covered his mouth with a hand. What's the matter? Solace. The sin of Solace. Written in ghostly strings, the name of his cursed sword and the sword wraith born from its curse was meticulously woven into the enchantment of the estuary key. Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1351. Beware of future versions of yourself bearing gifts, the sin of Solace. These words were clearly a part of the ghostly spellweave of the estuary key. Sonny stared at them intently, feeling a strange mix of confusion, curiosity, and dread. What the hell was the meaning of this? Shifting slightly, he looked at the sword wraith. The apparition stood in the shadows, wearing a bored and resentful expression. Sonny had grown so accustomed to the company of the sin of Solace, first in the form of a disembodied voice, then of a vague figure, and finally of a perfect reflection of himself, that he rarely paid it much attention these days. But the sword wraith was not at all benevolent or harmless. In fact, he was a sinister and insidious being, spawned from the whisper of a fearsome demon and meant to drive the wielder of the sword mad. The fact that Sonny still had his sanity intact, or rather, somewhat intact, was only due to his extraordinary mental resilience and resistance to mind attacks. Most humans would have already been turned into raving lunatics by the Jade Giant. Sonny, though, apart from looking like a madman from time to time due to an outwardly strange habit of talking to himself, he only found the presence of the sin of Solace frustrating, nothing more. Is there more to this damned curse? He knew that the apparition would never give an honest answer, but nevertheless asked. There's no reason your name would be etched into the weave of the estuary key, is there? The sword wraith gave him a disdainful look. I don't know. Maybe there is. You're the great sorcerer, so you tell me. Sonny took a deep breath. You are keeping a lot of secrets these days, huh? Makes me wonder if I should just feed you to nightmare. Better safe than sorry, that is what they say. The sin of Solace laughed. Go ahead, get rid of your most powerful offensive memory. Why not? You're going to die in this nightmare anyway. In fact, I encourage you to destroy me. Oh, do you think that I want to be here? Gods, no, he grinned. Ah, but there's a problem. Are you sure that destroying the sword will get rid of me? It might, but then again, maybe it won't. Maybe the damage to your mind has already been done, and we are stuck together for the rest of your short, distasteful, pitiful life. What a cruel fate. Sonny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he couldn't afford to destroy the sin of solace, and neither was he certain that doing so would banish the apparition. They were truly stuck with each other, at least for now. And I won't get any information out of the bastard either. So, there were only two ways to solve the mystery of the estuary key and its connection to the sin of solace. One was to find the great sorcerer who had created the ominous memory. The other was to deduce the truth somehow. Sonny looked away with a somber expression. Now that I know that the sin of solace has something to do with the estuary key, he suddenly felt cold. After entering the nightmare and discovering that he had somehow come into possession of a supreme memory, Sonny made several theories about how it could have ended up in his soul sea. One of them was that the soul serpent had slain a great nightmare creature out there in the real world. The other was that it was Sonny himself who had created the estuary key far in the future, but somehow received it in the present due to the strange nature of the great river. And now that he had learned certain facts and knew that the name of the sin of solace was etched into the weave of the unexplainable memory, a chilling suspicion was getting harder and harder to deny. Looking down, Sonny slowly clenched his fists. It was him, the Mad Prince. He must be the one who created the estuary key. Simply thinking these words made him shudder, but it was just too compelling of a theory to discard. Sonny had suspected that the mysterious memory had been created by a future version of himself. He also suspected that the Mad Prince was one of his possible futures. So, wouldn't it be logical to assume that the future version of himself who had created the estuary key was the Mad Prince? The name of the sin of solace etched into the weave, the ghostly strings of shadow essence, the unexplainable nature of the key, and the strange words describing it. The answer is oblivion. It had to have been him. How many weavers were there who could create threads out of shadow essence? Sonny was certain of it. Then, what exactly did it mean? If that abomination really created the estuary key, did it prove that Sonny was really inhabiting the body of one of the 6 plagues? That would certainly make things easier for the cohort. One adversary was already gone, after all. And it didn't even have to be just one. What if each of the members of the cohort had been sent into the bodies of these powerful defiled? Actually, that was a chilling thought. Because while it would really be wonderful to not have to deal with the 6 plagues, it also meant that the other members had been sent directly to the heart of the defilement, the city of Verge. The Mad Prince was the only one of the defiled champions who had traveled into the far reaches of the future, after all, from what Sonny knew. Surely, the nightmare spell wouldn't have been so unjust in setting up its trial. Still, if Sonny had indeed taken the role of the abomination from the future, he could also tentatively explain the sudden change of the sin of solace. Why had the sword wraith suddenly grown to look so vivid and real at the start of the nightmare, almost indistinguishable from the real thing? Was it, perhaps, because Sonny had actually inherited not one, but 2 things from the Mad Prince? One was the estuary key, while the other was the sin of solace. What if the sword wraith that had greeted him in the nightmare came from the future, just like the estuary key? What if the sin of solace had been by his side all the way to becoming defiled, and then spending gods knew how much time haunting the great river? Hundreds of years, at least, judging by how superior the madman's weaving was to Sonny's own, and had been then passed down to the younger version of its corrupted master through some bizarre anomaly or dark scheme. The apparition had let it slip that he knew the Mad Prince by interfering with the dream where the abomination's vestige showed up. Was that why? Sonny scowled. Suddenly, the idea of feeding the jade sword to his shadows did not seem so crazy anymore. I'll wait and see. Sonny glared at the sin of solace, distrustful and wary. Glaring at him back, the sword wraith grinned. Look at you figuring things out. There's really no sight more comical than a fool who thinks that he's smart. Wouldn't you agree? Sonny grimaced and remained silent. Was that a confirmation or simple mockery? He gritted his teeth, knowing that there was no way to tell. Chapter 1352, nearing the edge in the end, Sonny failed to get the wraith to say anything informative. Just as usual, all the answers he received were either vague and misleading, or outright insults that had nothing to do with the question. Later, in a somber mood, he left the shadow of the sacred tree and walked around the ship, examining its state. Sonny felt odd in light of the things he had learned and suspected to be true. It's infuriating. He seemed to have stumbled on the truth, or rather, on a big chunk of the truth. However, there were still plenty of missing parts, and those were the parts that contained the most important answers. His mind was spinning, coming up with one baseless theory after another. Sonny was unable to glean the true meaning of it all, but what he did manage to do was completely exhaust himself mentally. Eventually, feeling foul, he threw the manic desire to get to the bottom of things right here and now out of his head, and settled near the ketch to start weaving another memory for nightmare. The fiery sunset lasted for the entirety of the day, and was then replaced by the ghostly radiance of the night. Here in the western reaches of the great river, even the opalescence of the water was different. It was shifting between deep carmine, vibrant crimson, and rich maroon, as if they were truly sailing on a river of blood. The nights they had witnessed before were dreamlike, but this one was like a scene from a darkly beautiful nightmare. Sonny and Nephi's had not slept for a single moment, too wary to close their eyes. In the morning, the impenetrable darkness of the night was once again replaced by a blazing sunset. It seemed like one of the 7 suns was always within reach, drowning in the currents of time. The further west they sailed, the dimmer the light became. Eventually, they were surrounded by a fiery dusk. "Sonny, isn't the current strange?" Neff's voice sounded tense. Currently, he was holding the steering oar while she was leaning over the railing nearby. Confused, Sonny sent one of his shadows to take a look overboard. It took him a long time to understand what had alarmed Nephi's. Strange. The current of the great river was changing. Ever since they entered the tomb of Ariel, it had always flowed in the same direction. But now it seemed as if the currents were twisting, not only carrying the chain breaker forward but also slightly pulling it to the side. In the direction of the setting sun, he gripped the oar tighter. We must be nearing the edge. The great river was vast and flowed endlessly, but it was not limitless. That was one of the first things they had asked Anank, hoping that there was a shore somewhere in this inhospitable world. But there was no shore. Instead, the great river was limited from west and east from dusk and dawn, as the river people called these directions, by a bottomless dark abyss. It was as though the river flowed through nothing, suspended in the void by the power of the demon of dread. And so, there was an edge instead of the shore. A colossal and unceasing waterfall where the waters of time spilled into the abyss and disappeared into the boundless darkness. Sailing close to the edge was tantamount to suicide. They had not reached the truly dangerous waters yet otherwise. The currents would have already been pulling the chain breaker toward the abyss with ferocious force, but the subtle change in the direction of where the water flowed indicated that the edge was already not too far away. Which was good news, because it meant that they were even closer to fallen grace. And Dusk, the last Sybil of the estuary. Sonny inhaled deeply. Check the navigation tools again. It would be really awful if we overshoot fallen grace and end up deeper into the past than intended. That would have been bad indeed, considering that there was no one except defiled further downstream than the last human city. If the last human city was still standing, Sonny frowned, remembering the time storm. They did not really know how long they had spent fighting against its rage, and especially how long they had spent in the eerily tranquil eye of the roving cataclysm, trying their hardest not to look at the water. Who knew? Fallen grace might have been consumed by the defilement already. Even if it wasn't, there was no telling whether Dusk was friend or foe, let alone whether she was the one who had sent Anik the message to find them through the dreams. They had to be ready for battle. While Nephi's was trying to determine their location with the help of the navigation tools, Sunny silently gave his shadows a series of commands. Standing at the bow of the graceful ship, Saint released her darkness with indifferent poise. Nightmare stirred in the shadows, his crimson eyes igniting with dangerous light. Fiend rose from the deck, infernal flames burning behind the black faceplate of his fearsome helmet. Soon, Nephi's put the tools away and looked downstream. Everything seems fine. We should be very near. Of course, the city might have migrated in any direction by now. Still, it couldn't have moved far without sacrificing its entire population of riverborn. Sunny nodded slowly. Indeed, although the floating cities of the Great River civilization could theoretically travel as far as their inhabitants wished, in reality, they were bound in place by the lifespans of the riverborn. Migrations happened over the span of generations, not months or years. Replace me at the oar. Nephi's silently stepped into the runic circle, freeing Sunny. Right now, he was a more efficient fighter between the two of them. More importantly, he had no idea how to berth a ship. If the people of Fallen Grace were indeed friendly, it would be really embarrassing to crash into their pier first thing after arriving. Yeah, I'll handle the fighting if it comes to that. Sunny secretly looked around, checking what the Sin of Solace was doing. Making sure that the sword wraith wasn't up to no good, he let out a mental sigh of relief and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. After that, all they could do was wait. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. The drag of the abyss was still mild, but it was slowly growing faster. Surrounded by eternal sunset, Sunny found it hard to measure time. The chain breaker sailed through crimson dusk. The waters of the great river reflected the burning sky and seemed to be engulfed in flames themselves in turn. Then, finally, Saint shifted and slightly turned her head. In the distance, Sunny saw a spark of light shining above the horizon. Somewhere out there, a white flame was burning at the top of a tall lighthouse. They had found the last human city in the tomb of Ariel, it seemed. After months of wandering the perilous expanse of the tomb of Ariel, they had reached Fallen Grace. Chapter 1353, Tattered sails. There had been a time when Kronos possessed a youthful body and an even younger soul. His soul was still young, all things considered, but his body had turned decrepit and frail. It was full of aches, felt stiff in the mornings, and had to be handled with care. Still, there were pleasant things about being old as well. Kronos had burned with all kinds of hopes and desires when he was young, but now that he was in his twilight years, life was calm and peaceful. Or rather, his feelings about life were calm and peaceful, or was it one and the same? Since one thing he didn't possess was the actual wisdom of old age, it was hard to say. One thing was for certain: not having to worry about the future. He had much more time to enjoy the trivial delights of life, like the warmth of his cot, the companionship of his friends and neighbors, or the beauty of the world. Since Kronos did not sleep much, old as his body was, he had developed the habit of walking to the piers at the break of day to watch the suns rise from the water. Today, just like always, he left his home carrying a lantern and walked to the edges of the city. Despite the fact that the streets were still dark, there were many early risers just like him out and about. Some greeted him with words, some with smiles. Their faces were just as wrinkly as his, and their bodies were just as stiff as his. That also made being old feel less lonely. Eventually, Kronos crossed a few rope bridges and reached the piers. Several people were already there, waiting in the darkness. Some of them he knew from his days in the House of Youth, some he had met after. Joining them, he extinguished the lantern, sat down, and looked at the water. They chatted as the night lived its last minutes. Shrouded in darkness, the great river glowed with a beautiful red radiance. Then slowly, its light grew brighter. The chatter quieted down as the old men and women enjoyed the view of the flowing water. Somewhere far away, the black veil covering the sky rippled. Hints of lilac and azure were mixed into its dark expanse. The river seemed to ignite, fiery colors spreading across its surface. Then finally, the suns rose from the depths, painting the world in a million shades of scarlet. Reflected in the water, their light was like a spreading flame. Kronos sighed lightly. It's a new day. A cool breeze caressed their faces, and the world was at peace, or maybe it just seemed to be at peace. Of course, it was actually at war, but they did not have to worry about that today. Otherwise, the lady would have already warned the warriors of the city to prepare for battle. The group of old folks remained on the pier for a while, not in a hurry to leave. There was gossip to share and idle conversations to be had. As the youngest of the bunch, Kronos had not grown tired of hearing the same old stories over and over again yet, so he received a lot of attention. He listened and laughed, feeling a comfortable bliss. But then, a note of confusion entered that bliss. Still engrossed in a story told by an old woman who had left the House of Youth a few years before the rest of them fled, he glanced at the river and froze, stunned. There was a black spot on the horizon. It was a ship moving in the direction of Fallen Grace. Kronos trembled slightly. A ship, but it's not time yet for the fishermen to return. Has something bad happened? Soon, the other old folks noticed the approaching vessel as well. The conversation died down and all of them stared into the distance, somber and tense. Then their expressions changed. The mysterious vessel had drawn close enough for them to discern a few details: its size, the color of its hull and sails, the strange shape of its mast. Kronos was suddenly gripped with fear. It's not. The vessel had a graceful silhouette but looked indescribably menacing as it emerged from the crimson glow of dusk. Its hull was battered and covered in scars, while its tattered sails were like an ill omen. Much more importantly, the ghostly ship was unfamiliar. It was unmistakably alien to their city and its fleet of fishing boats, all of which Kronos knew by heart. He had never seen an unfamiliar ship arrive at Fallen Grace. They had received guests in the past when his parents were young, but that time had long passed, because Fallen Grace was the last human city on the great river. Defiled. Someone's yell broke the silence, sending the old folks reeling. The Defiled did not have a habit of traversing the great river on ships, but they were also sinister and unpredictable. The ominous ship might very well belong to the abominable monsters. But if it did, why had the lady not warned them of an approaching attack? Why was the light burning at the top of her palace still white? Icy dread grasped Kronos. Has the lady succumbed? No, impossible. His irreverent thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream. The observers staggered back, horrified by a dark shadow that moved below the water. Shocked, Kronos watched as the head of a colossal serpent rose from the waves near the approaching vessel. The beast's scales were onyx black, glistening with dark sanguine glow as they reflected the crimson light of dusk. A corrupted. People of Fallen Grace had all heard legends of the Serpent King as young kids, so seeing a similar abomination rise from the depths was like watching their childhood fears come alive. At that moment, the serpent's lightless eyes turned to the pier. Kronos felt his soul tremble, as if the creature was peering directly at him. And then something unexplainable happened. The colossal body of the monstrous Leviathan suddenly rippled, becoming vague and indistinct. Then it dissipated into a tide of darkness. Instead, a slender human figure appeared on the bow of the approaching ship. The dark figure was contoured against the burning sky, its mantle moving slightly in the wind. It seemed to belong to a young man with porcelain skin and raven-black hair, his eyes as dark as night. The same lightless gaze swept across the pier, and then the sails of the ominous ship lowered themselves as if by magic. Kronos took a shaky breath, staring at the ghostly vessel. A strange thought appeared in his mind. Is this the end? Or a new beginning? Chapter 1354. By grace of dusk, with its tattered sails lowered, the ominous vessel slowed down, eventually coming to a semblance of a halt. It drifted on the waves a few hundred meters away from the pier, carried by nothing except the current. Kronos had managed to regain some composure by then. He briefly thought about running away, but decided against it. His body was too old to run with any kind of significant speed anyway. The watchers guarding the city must have noticed the ghostly ship and the terrifying onyx serpent. Too, if the lady had truly not known about their arrival, warriors would already be on their way. For a few moments, everyone remained motionless. The old men and women gathered on the pier, and the dark figure standing on the bow of the graceful vessel as well. The current was slowly pulling the ship closer. It was only a matter of minutes before it reached the pier. This is strangely exciting. Kronos should have been terrified, but he found himself awed and curious instead. All of them here in fallen grace lived with the knowledge that their lives would soon come to an end. Death was like an old friend, not an odious enemy. The arrival of a mysterious ship, however, was a novelty. How often did he get to experience something entirely unexpected? He had never seen anything like it, and would most likely never get a chance to witness something as wondrous again. So he waited for the moment when the hull of the ship touched the pier with bated breath. Eventually, the graceful vessel drew close enough for them to see every terrible scar and every burn mark covering its battered hull. It seemed like the battered ship had escaped the depths of hell and survived all kinds of untold disasters. What terrible battles had it endured? What harrowing creatures had clawed its hull, unable to break through? What kind of beings dwelled within it, who had been able to survive all these ordeals? Were they, perhaps, more harrowing than the creatures that had left their marks on the ancient hull? Kronos and his fellows saw the deck of the ship, as well, stunned by the sight of a beautiful tree growing around the ship's main mast. That tree was vibrant and full of life, not at all like the grim vessel below it. It was much taller and robust than any tree growing in fallen grace. What is this craftsmanship? Kronos had never seen a vessel of such design, nor had he known of any shipbuilder who could have created it. The lines of the ghostly ship were elegant, but unfamiliar. The small details of its construction were unlike anything that the river people would have built. They were also entirely different from how the Twilight people had built things, back before they were wiped out by the Defiled. The ghostly ship looked ancient and mysterious, like all things passed down from the outsiders. Suddenly, Kronos felt joyous excitement. Are these people? The ship smoothly approached the pier and halted just beside it, its bow softly touching the mooring berth. As the humans of fallen grace watched in stunned silence, 4 figures jumped from its deck onto the weathered wood. There were 2 humans in front, if they were really humans and not deities. Kronos suddenly found it hard to breathe. The first one was the slender young man wearing a dark mantle, his porcelain face drowning in the shadows. His lightless eyes were like 2 pools of unfathomable darkness, cold and piercing. There was a crown of black metal resting on his head, shaped to resemble a twisting serpent. The other was a tall young woman with silver hair and calm gray eyes, wearing a white tunic. Her face was like that of a statue, beautiful and distant. She wore a crown, too, this one bright and adorned with a single radiant gem. When she appeared, it was as though the light of the 7 suns had grown a little brighter. Kronos felt something move in his heart, and for a moment his soul was grasped by a deep and unexplainable longing. The 2 were like night and day, mysterious and beautiful. The other 2 were like monsters. One was a towering knight that seemed to have been carved from onyx, her graceful armor both intricate and fearsome. The other was like an ogre forged from black steel, with hungry flames burning in the depths of his ferocious eyes. There was something hiding in the shadows, too. A dreadful presence that felt both elusive and terrifying. Everyone stared at the strangers, feeling dread, awe, and wonder. After a few moments of silence, the young man wearing the serpent crown took a step forward and spoke in a familiar language, his voice resounding across the pier. "We have come from the far reaches of the future in search of fallen grace, the last bastion of the river people. We mean no harm unless you do us harm. I am." At that moment, Kronos became sure of his suspicion. They must be. With his heart beating wildly, he stepped forward and asked in a trembling voice, My lord, are you the children of Weaver?" The young man glanced at him, making Kronos shiver under that piercing gaze of his. A hint of surprise appeared in the lightless eyes, but then disappeared, replaced by something that resembled satisfaction. "Indeed, we are changing star and sunless, children of Weaver." His words were like an explosion for the old men and women gathered on the pier. Their fear disappeared, and instead bright smiles illuminated their wrinkly faces. "Of course, it's them, just like the lady foretold. Praise the lady." Kronos couldn't keep the smile from appearing on his face either. I must have gone senile. Why haven't I realized sooner?" He hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply and spoke, trying to make his voice sound solemn instead of amazed and excited. "It is our honor to meet you. We welcome you to fallen grace, esteemed guests." Then he straightened and added reverently, "Lady Dusk has been awaiting you for a long, long time." Chapter 1355, Fallen Grace. No, I'm definitely not imagining it. These people are weird. The citizens of Fallen Grace were indeed looking at Sunny funny. The frail old man in front of him was smiling with an odd mix of joy and terror, just like the rest of the elderly folks that had met them on the pier. They were simultaneously far too excited and far too scared, like a bunch of teenagers who met an idol for the first time. He could vaguely understand why they would be delighted. It seemed that Dusk had already been waiting for Sunny and Nephi's after all, which was potentially a piece of good news. But where had the awe and terror come from? Maybe I shouldn't have shown up as a serpent. Sunny had thought that the river people would be accustomed to seeing creatures of all kinds, but maybe he was wrong. Still, there was a strange incongruity between the age of these people and how animated their reactions were. This whole city was strange. When Sunny and Nephi's had first seen it, both were tense and wary. They had not known what kind of welcome to expect and kept their guard up. Fallen Grace looked a lot like Weave, but also different. Painted by the crimson radiance of dusk, it floated on the waves, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was much larger than the forlorn city of the followers of Weaver, and also more developed, feeling like a place with much deeper roots. There were more island ships, most paved neatly with cobblestones and carrying graceful, picturesque buildings. The islands were connected by rope bridges, with wide canals below. Slender gondolas with intricate patterns carved into their pale wood moved through them. Unlike Weave, there were no windcatchers here. Instead, there were sails of vibrant scarlet fabric stretched between the taller buildings, making the city look like a grandiose flotilla. The buildings themselves were built from white stone and pale wood, with crimson accents added here and there to liven up their scenic facades. Fallen Grace was like a flower of pure, immaculate white drifting between the ominous crimson sky and the blood-red waters of the great river. However, it was a wilting flower. Although the beautiful buildings had been masterfully constructed, most of them were showing signs of deterioration. The newer ones did not seem nearly as picturesque, either. The rope bridges were frayed and poorly maintained. The scarlet sails might have looked magnificent once, but now their fabric had faded, its surface covered in patches and signs of makeshift repairs. Most glaringly of all, the streets of the city were too desolate. From what Sonny could tell, half of the buildings had no inhabitants, standing abandoned and empty. That felt deeply wrong. He had grown up in NQSC after all. In a city surrounded by defensive barriers, space was deeply precious, and since there was not enough of it to go around, people like him were condemned to the outskirts. Even there, emptiness was not tolerated. Plus, the only people in sight were these old men and women. Where were the sailors? Where were the soldiers? Where were the awakened? Why was the chain breaker allowed to approach the city without being met by its guardians? Sonny found the situation very strange. Well, at least they are not attacking us. That was a concern for Nephi's and him, which was why he had dove into the water as a serpent. He stared at the old man, trying to understand why the locals seemed to be growing paler and paler with each passing moment. Then, mentally shaking his head, he sighed and said, "That's good, then. We've been anticipating meeting Lady Dusk a great deal, too. Maybe they would finally receive some answers from the last Sybil of the estuary." Sonny hesitated for a moment, then asked bluntly, "Your city defenses seem awfully lacking. Where are the warriors? Why hasn't anyone prevented our ship from entering your waters?" The old man let out a nervous chuckle. "Oh, why would they? The lady would have warned us if there was danger. Since she didn't, there must be no danger. So." He paused awkwardly and added, "Please don't worry, though. Someone will arrive shortly to escort you, esteemed guests. I am sure of it." Sonny and Nephi stared at the old man incredulously. So that was why. Fallen Grace was ruled by an oracle, and therefore its citizens lived by a completely different set of rules. Why post watchmen if any attack could be foretold in advance? It was something like that, perhaps. He wasn't sure he could really comprehend how drastic of a change such a life would be. Makes one wonder how the cities of the Sybils fell despite it all. Perhaps it was precisely because these people relied on the Sybils so much. And the Sybils, no matter how potent their prophetic powers were, could not have been omniscient, especially when there were more sinister powers at play. As Sonny was pondering these matters, there was a small commotion at the end of the pier. A dozen figures appeared, all wearing armor and wielding weapons. Their armor was white, with red sashes tied around the waist. The weapons, thankfully, were sheathed. The old men and women stepped aside to let the soldiers approach. As they did, Sonny was surprised once again. The warriors, each and every one of them, were as old as the group of people that had met them on the pier. The armor fit their shriveled figures badly, and they seemed to struggle under the weight of their weapons. Nevertheless, the old soldiers tried to maintain dignified expressions. There was fire in their eyes still. The leader of the squad, an ancient woman wearing an open helmet with a red plume, bowed deeply and then saluted with a trembling hand. "Welcome, children of Weaver. It is my honor to witness the day of your arrival. I will take you to the lady. Please." The old woman made a gesture, asking them to follow. Chapter 1356. The last Sybil. Sonny studied the old woman's armor, hesitated for a few moments, then looked at the chain breaker with doubt. He felt rather impatient to meet Dusk of Fallen Grace, but reminded himself to keep calm and take it one step at a time. "We've yet to moor our ship." The old warrior bowed again. "Everything will be taken care of." How convenient! These ancient soldiers did not seem like much of a threat. The old woman was an awakened, but the rest were mundanes. Sonny had no doubt that he would be able to escape any ambush or trap they could potentially lure him into. And it didn't even seem like there would be a trap. Still, he didn't like the idea of leaving their only means of escaping Fallen Grace behind. That said, if Dusk had really anticipated their arrival, wouldn't she have also anticipated his reluctance? If she knew that he would be wary of a trap, wouldn't she have been able to construct a trap insidious enough to fool Sonny? Suddenly, he was full of apprehension. Damnation. Sonny had mostly been blessed by finding himself on the right side of people with prophetic powers. Now that he was about to meet an unfamiliar oracle, though, he fully realized how terrifying of an enemy one could be. His unease wasn't helped one bit by the fact that he had actually already met Dusk of fallen grace once, in a way. There were deep scars left on his psyche by the terror of Low 49. Whatever. What else can we do? Demand that she comes to meet us here on the pier. After exchanging a glance with Nephi's, Sonny shrugged and followed the group of soldiers deeper into the city. The old man who had greeted them joined as well, which caused an irritated sigh to escape from the lips of the old woman in charge of the soldiers. "Kronos, why are you tagging along with us, kid?" The old man simply smiled. "Why, I'm the one who greeted the esteemed guests first. Surely they'll feel better having someone familiar escort them." The leader of the soldiers shook her head and didn't say anything else. The old man, Kronos, seemed satisfied and hurried to keep up with them. "Kid, how ancient is this woman to be calling a fossil like him kid?" As Sonny was escorted through fallen grace, he couldn't help but look around with a somber expression. Everywhere they went, they were only met by old people. Ranging from elderly to ancient, the inhabitants of fallen grace all had white hair, wrinkled faces, and frail bodies of people living out the last of their twilight years. They went about their business with careful steps and looked at Sonny and Nephi's with amazed expressions. He thought that it was because of their status as guests in the city at first, but then realized that it was simply because they were young. Apart from Sonny and Nephi's, there was not a single young person in sight. "They are all river-born." Sonny frowned, pondering the implications of this simple realization. Riverborn did not age with the passage of time. Instead, they aged by moving upstream from the place of their birth. The process was supposed to be gradual, happening over the span of generations as the city migrated into the future to allow new families to be formed. Therefore, there had to be a mix of people of different ages on the streets, just like there would be in a normal city. So what did it mean if everyone here was? Looked old. It meant that fallen grace had migrated far upstream for a reason other than ushering in a new generation, at some point, killing the older population and thrusting everyone else into decrepit old bodies as a result. Sonny's face grew somber as he looked at Kronos one more time. It might have been that the leader of the soldiers had called him a kid not because she was incredibly ancient, but because the old man was actually a child, or a youth no older than Sonny and Nephi's at least. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked cautiously, "Kronos, was it? Say, how old are you?" The old man smiled, his face turning into a labyrinth of deep wrinkles. "Oh, I am 17, my lord. I'll be 17 in a few days, to be precise. But who's counting?" Sonny inhaled deeply, disturbed by the cheerful tone of that answer. Nephi seemed to have figured out the reason for why everyone in fallen grace looked so old as well. Hearing Kronos confirm it, she frowned. "Then why aren't you at the House of Youth?" As the words left her lips, the face of the old woman leading the soldiers darkened. While Kronos lingered, she answered in his stead, "It's because we lost them. We lost the entire downstream half of the city during those dark days. And if it wasn't for the lady, we would have lost the other half as well." At the mention of Dusk, an expression of deep reverence and love appeared on the faces of Kronos and the old soldiers. But there was also something else, hiding behind the devotion. A hint of sorrow, fear, guilt. It was at that moment that they reached the point that should have been the center of the city. However, it was its edge instead. There was nothing but empty water where countless island ships should have been. The rope bridges leading to them had been cut, their remnants singed and floating aimlessly in the water. The closest buildings to the edge bore scars and burn marks, some of them tilting sideways or laying in piles of mostly disassembled wreckage. It was as if the whole city had been bisected into two halves, one still drifting on the crimson waves, the other long gone, lost to the unceasing pull of the past. So that's how it is. Fallen grace had indeed migrated upstream, escaping an attack. A large part of it had been lost in the process, both in terms of island ships and people. Sunny looked away with a grim expression. Was it because of the defiled? The old woman chewed on her lips, then nodded with a strange darkness hiding in her eyes. Yes, a defiled, something like that. After that, she remained silent. Soon, they reached an island ship that floated a small distance away from the rest of the city. It carried a beautiful palace built of white stone, with tall columns and a spire that rose high into the scarlet sky, crowned by a pyre of pure flame. That was the source of the white spark they had seen from a distance. Crossing the expanse of crimson water, Sunny and Nephi's ascended the wide stairs leading to the gates of the palace, and were welcomed by rows of soldiers, just like the ones who had escorted them here, wearing white armor with red sashes, decrepit and old. All of them bowed deeply as the small procession passed them. Finally, the gates of the temple opened in front of them. Sunny felt an old fear grip his heart. He was finally going to meet Dusk face to face again. Soon they were led to a grand hall filled with white marble, flowing water, and tranquil silence. There was a tall dais in the center of it with an elegant stone throne standing on it. Dusk of fallen grace, the last Sybil of the estuary, was sitting on that throne. Sunny froze. The first thing he registered was that Dusk looked young, very young. She was the first young woman they saw in fallen grace. She was also enthralling, with a petite figure and an exquisitely beautiful, delicate face. Her hair was like pale gold, and her stunning eyes were pure blue. Those stunning eyes looked upon the world but didn't see anything because the beautiful young woman was blind. Of course, Sunny knew her well. Stunned, he raised a hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Cassie." Chapter 1357. Long time in front of them, sitting on the throne of fallen grace, was none other than Cassie, the delicate blind girl who had been their companion since the dire trial of the Forgotten Shore, and whom both Sunny and Nephi's knew better than anyone else in the world did. There could be no mistake. Cassie had not changed much since the last time Sunny had seen her. She was still the same, with golden hair and beautiful blue eyes. The soft features of her lovely face were just as he remembered them, but there was something different about her, too. There was an obvious change, of course. Unlike how she was in the nightmare desert, Cassie looked hale and refreshed. Gone were the feverish gauntness, dark bruises, and cracked lips. Instead, her striking beauty had bloomed once more, soft and quiet, yet making it impossible to look away. She was also wearing an unfamiliar red peplos, its thin flowing fabric draped gracefully around her supple figure and decorated with white accents. But there was also a deeper, less obvious change to her. Sunny just couldn't put his finger on what it was exactly. Most importantly, Cassie was not Dusk of fallen grace. Or was she? He suddenly felt a chill. Cassie! At the sound of his voice, the blind girl slowly turned her head and looked down from her throne. Even Nephi's, who rarely allowed surprise to show on her face, seemed dazed. She stared at the young woman who was, or at least looked like their friend, silently, a storm of emotions hiding in her usually calm eyes. The next moment, however, tension drained from her gaze, replaced by profound relief. It was because Cassie smiled. Her wide, radiant smile set their hearts at ease. It was a smile they knew. "Sunny, Neph, you are finally here." The familiar sound and cadence of her familiar voice were just as they had been before as well. Sunny slowly exhaled and felt a strong desire to lean on something. He had been both anticipating and dreading meeting Dusk. He had also been worried sick about the members of the cohort, and especially Cassie, since she was not as fierce of a warrior as the rest of them and more vulnerable than most. Even though Sunny had been suppressing these worries, they gnawed at his soul. Now that the moment he had been dreading was replaced by an unexpected and joyous reunion, alleviating the gnawing worry, Sunny momentarily felt unbalanced. Then a million questions flooded his mind. Wait, why is Cassie here? Where is Dusk? Could Cassie have taken the role of Dusk in the nightmare? Wait, then what about torment? Why was she sent so much further downstream than Nephi's and I were? How long has she been here? Where are the others? How? Sensing that he was on the verge of spiraling, Sonny forcefully put those questions aside. He would be able to ask them all to Cassie anyway. As soon as they were able to talk freely, as if reading his thoughts, the blind girl turned slightly and smiled at the soldiers who had escorted them into the temple. They looked at her with intense devotion, then lowered their gazes and bowed. Cassie lingered for a moment, then spoke softly. "The children of Weaver are here. Please leave. There are important matters I must discuss with them alone." The old woman leading the soldiers looked up in protest. "But my lady, it might not be safe," the blind girl chuckled. "I know, child, I know more than most remember." The elderly soldier looked away in embarrassment, recalling who she was talking to. She hesitated for a moment, then bowed her head. "Forgive me, my lady. I acted out of line." Cassie shook her head. "No need to apologize. You only spoke out of sincere concern for me. Go and feel at ease. I also know these two. They will not harm me." She paused for a moment and added, "Oh, and you, Kronos, don't think I don't know you're hiding behind a column, brat. You go as well." An awkward cough resounded from somewhere behind, and the elderly teenager appeared in sight, scratching the back of his head. "Ah, I was just enjoying the splendor of the temple. Sorry, my lady. I seem to have gotten carried away." Under Cassie's unseeing gaze, Kronos and the soldiers backed away and left the three of them alone, or so it seemed. After the initial shock of the unexpected meeting receded, Sonny noticed two people standing in the shadows of the throne. Both of them ascended. They were an old man and an old woman, dressed in ceremonial robes. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord in his hands. Tracing his gaze, Cassie let out a quiet sigh. "These are my guards. Don't mind them. They are deaf and won't hear us." Sonny was strangely disturbed by these words. Why did Cassie have two deaf guards? The whole situation somehow seemed eerie. At that moment Nephi's finally spoke. "Is that old woman a teenager as well? Are all your troops composed of children?" The blind girl blinked a couple of times, bewildered, then shook her head. "No, she is a few hundred years old." Sonny tilted his head, stumped. "What? Then why did you call her a child?" Cassie remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and lowered her head. Her voice sounded strangely hollow when she spoke, the words echoing across the white hall. "It is because I've been waiting for you two for a long, long time." In the silence that followed, both Sonny and Nephi's froze. The terrible implication of what Cassie had said slowly seeped into their minds, making them realize that, at that moment, the blind girl's shoulders trembled, and she suddenly exploded into bright laughter. Oh gods. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. I really did wait for a while, about a year, I think. I imagined this day a lot, and so I just couldn't resist making this joke." Sonny and Nephi stared at her, stunned. "Wow, what the hell? Who makes a joke at a moment like that?" His eye twitched. Wait, did she say a year? It had been less than 3 months since Sonny and Nephi's entered the nightmare. So the time storm did indeed mess up their perception of time, just not as direly as they had feared. Cassie, meanwhile, had gotten such a good laugh at their expense that tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Her hands had been laying on her knees before. Now she raised them to wipe the tears away. And when she did, Sonny heard a familiar sound. It was the rattling of chains. There were golden shackles wrapped around Cassie's slender wrists, and a golden chain connected them. Wiping off her tears, the blind girl looked up with a smile and blinked. It seemed that she had noticed their confusion. Cassie frowned a little, then touched her shackles and sighed. "Oh, you guys don't know much about the Sybils yet, right? I should explain." She lingered for a moment, then glanced briefly at the two deaf masters behind her. One held an unsheathed sword, the other a silk cord. Her expression remained calm and relaxed. "When I said that these two are my guards, I didn't mean that they guard me against danger. Instead, they are guarding the city against me." Chapter 1358. beautiful chains, nothing about the situation made sense. Sunny and Nephi's tentatively came to terms with the fact that Cassie had replaced Dusk of fallen grace, but now they were struck by yet another revelation. Sunny did not know why the blind girl was shackled yet, but his mind had already entered a state of battle readiness, just in case. Not showing any emotions, he briefly glanced at the two deaf guards. The sword and the cord they wielded were suddenly much more sinister. If the guards were meant to protect the city from Cassie, then the sword was meant to cut her down, while the cord was meant to strangle her. How strong can these old masters be? Sunny was mentally calculating the swiftest way to kill them guards when a sudden thought sent a chill running down his spine. His first impulse had been dictated by the deeply ingrained desire to protect Cassie, but why were the guards there in the first place? Looking at the beautiful young woman sitting on the white throne, wearing golden shackles, Sunny had to wonder if he should be thinking of a way to protect himself from her instead. She sighed. "You don't have to worry. I'm not in danger, nor do I represent danger. It's just that, well, it's a long story. I'll explain. But first," standing up, Cassie smiled and descended from the dais. "Let me climb off that throne. It feels really odd to be looking down on you from up high." She approached them with light steps. Her delicate figure was accentuated by the vibrant red fabric of the archaic dress, which contrasted starkly against the white marble of the grand hall. Her movements were swift and graceful. Before Sunny could really decide whether he should be on guard or not, Cassie was already near. She raised her shackled hands and gave Nephi's a tight hug. "I missed you. I really missed you guys a lot." She held Neph in an embrace for a few moments, then sighed and let go. A bright smile bloomed on Cassie's face. Turning to Sunny, she hesitated a bit, then gently gripped his arm with both hands. The golden chain rattled quietly. "I'm so glad that you're here." He froze, then awkwardly patted her on the hand. "What, I don't get a hug?" But then again, that was not the kind of relationship he had with Cassie. What kind of relationship did they have then? Sunny was really not sure. If he had to describe it with one word, though, it would be complicated. Still, she seemed to be sincerely happy to see him. He felt the same way, too. "We're glad to be here as well, but do you mind explaining what is going on, starting with why you are chained, please?" Cassie's smile dimmed a little. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned away. "Sure, but not here. This hall is too oppressive. Follow me." After exchanging a glance, Sunny and Nephi's followed the blind girl out of the great hall and into the depths of the White Temple. The two old guards did not seem concerned by the fact that their ward was moving around freely. They simply walked behind them silently, carrying the sinister sword and the silk cord. The presence was rather ominous, but Cassie did not seem to mind. Together, the five of them entered a grand staircase, which led them to a smaller one. The blind girl was navigating the maze-like interior of the temple with practiced ease, which wasn't that surprising, considering that she must have spent a whole year here. Sometimes she traced the marble walls with her hand, but mostly she simply counted her steps and moved by memory. Eventually, they ascended a tall tower and emerged onto an open platform. There was a massive brazier in its center, with a pyre of white flame rising high into the crimson sky from it. This was the flame they had noticed from afar, and which guided them to fallen grace. Cassie lingered in front of the brazier for a few moments, bathing in its heat. Her expression turned a little distant. After a while, she said quietly, "Right, I don't need to maintain the flame anymore." Turning around with a smile, she gestured to a small table that stood near the airy railing of the platform. "Please, sit down. You must be tired after spending so long on the river." The table was brimming with fresh fruit, crystal pitchers of wine, and savory snacks. Cassie did not have to ask them twice, since Sunny and Nephi's were indeed tired after the long journey, hungry and parched. Soon, the three of them were sitting around the table, enjoying the refreshments. From the height of the temple's spire, the whole of fallen grace was revealed to them. as well as the fiery expanse of the flowing water painted in a million shades of red by dusk. Looking at the surreal sight of the endless crimson river, Sunny couldn't help but notice how damaged and incomplete the city looked. It was indeed as though it had been cut in half, with many of the island ships either missing or taking a position in the flotilla that was clearly not meant for them. Taking a sip of fragrant red wine, Cassie sighed and turned to face Fallen Grace as well. She was holding the glass with both hands, careful not to let the golden chain get in the way. Eventually, she said, "I entered the nightmare around a year ago. It was very disorienting, as you must have experienced yourself. Especially once I realized that I had taken the place of Dusk, the Sybil of Fallen Grace. Dusk, I don't know how powerful she was exactly, but she must have been at least a transcendent, while I am not." Sunny nodded somberly and added in a low voice, "The last Sybil." The blind girl turned to him with a strange, fragile smile. "Yes, the last, although I wasn't so at the start." Nephis frowned, feeling a dark undertone in Cassie's voice. "Wasn't so? What do you mean?" Cassie remained silent for a few moments, her face turning solemn. Then she said, "The Sibyls were oracles once. The revelations they received came from the gods. But then the gods grew silent, and one after another the Sibyls turned to another source of knowledge, the estuary. What revelations do you think they received from there?" Chapter 1359, See No Evil. Sunny suddenly paled. "Wait. No way." The runes describing the shroud of graceless dusk resurfaced in his memory. There they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. He looked at Cassie somberly and said, his voice slightly hoarse, "The defilement." The blind girl nodded sadly. "Yes. The defilement spread from the estuary, consuming Verge, the city of the Seekers. And from there, the defiled slowly moved upstream, threatening to devour all other settlements on the great river. The Sibyls and their people waged a war against them for a long time. Eventually, most of their cities fell. Some fell to the defiled, but not all." Her beautiful face looked forlorn for a moment. Cassie sighed. The Sibyls were truly formidable at the height of their power. It was no coincidence that they had managed to guide their people through the horrors of the Doom War and enter the tomb of Ariel unharmed. Even the defiled found it difficult to conquer the cities reigned by the Sibyls. How would they not, if the defenders knew the secrets of the future? She paused for a moment and took a small sip of the wine. But the very thing that gave the Sibyls power ended up becoming their undoing. The most stalwart cities, they fell to the Sibyls themselves, because they were corrupted by the glimpses of the estuary and succumbed to the defilement, letting the rot spread from within. The blind girl sighed again, then shook her head. A year ago there were 3 Sibyls in Fallen Grace. One was already defiled and entombed in her temple. Of the other 2, Dusk was the junior. The senior Sybil, she had hidden the signs of corruption from everyone until it was too late. The day she lost control was the day I took Dusk's place. She lingered for a moment and gestured to the city below. "This is what I managed to preserve. I was able to rally the defenders of Fallen Grace and slay the defiled Sybil. But by then, much of the city had already been lost. Much worse, the seals containing the other defiled had been broken, and she was a much more terrifying creature than the other one. All I could do was abandon the contested island ships and evacuate the remaining ones as far upstream as I could." Cassie smiled faintly and raised her hands, allowing the golden chain to ring. "Hence, these shackles, and the deaf guards. I am the ruler of this city, but at the same time, I am a threat to it, or so the river people think, since they don't know that I am not truly Dusk. I was afraid that my own affinity to revelations would place me in the same danger the Sibyls had been exposed to, but funnily enough, I turned out to be immune to it. Can you guess why?" Sunny and Nephis looked at her silently, not knowing what to answer. Sunny was a bit confused. I get why Nephis is not in danger of becoming defiled. Her soul is incorruptible, but how can Cassie be immune as well? He shook his head. I'm not sure, she chuckled, then pointed to herself. It's because I'm blind. Her beautiful blue eyes gazed upon the world unseeing. Cassie sighed softly. Whatever it is that the Sybils saw in their visions of the estuary, I can't see. That is why the truth of the estuary can't corrupt me, or at least can't corrupt me in the same way it corrupted the Sybils. In the visions I had before entering the tomb of Ariel, I usually had sight. But ever since coming here, all I see is darkness. Who knew it would be a blessing? She smiled and moved her hand slightly, allowing the golden chain to fall back onto her lap. Anyway, I knew that you would arrive eventually, but I did not know how long it would take. So I remained in fallen grace and defended the city from the attacks of the defiled. It was a long year. What took you so long? Nephis leaned forward and grasped Cassie's hand. White sparks glinted in her calm gray eyes. You did well, Cass, I'm sorry. We entered the nightmare much further upstream, and it took us a long time to travel into the past. We encountered a time storm on the way, which is why, while a year has passed for you, it was only a few months to us. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then added, But you must have known that already, right? It was thanks to you that Anik knew to meet us and point us in the direction of fallen grace. A strange expression appeared on Cassie's face. He frowned, confused by her reaction. What's wrong? The blind girl hesitated. I'm sorry, but who is Anik, and what do you mean she knew to guide you to fallen grace? I'm afraid I don't understand. Sunny and Nephis exchanged a somber look. After a moment of silence, she asked carefully, Was it not you who sent a dream message to the priestess of Weave? To warn her of our arrival, Cassie simply shook her head. Send a dream message. I don't even know how to do something like that, let alone who the priestess of Weave is. I also wouldn't have known where you were. Are you saying that there was someone who did? Sunny suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He was somewhat convinced that it was Dusk who had sent Anik instructions to meet them and guide them to fallen grace. Now that he knew that Cassie had taken the place of the last Sybil, though, and she was not the mysterious being pulling the strings of the nightmare from behind the scenes. There was a small possibility, of course, that Dusk had arranged everything before being erased from existence by Cassie's arrival. But it was infinitely small, had the last Sybil even existed in the nightmare. Why would the spell extend its timeline beyond the point where the challengers entered? And even if it had, what were the chances that Dusk not only knew of her nature as a phantom conjured by the spell, but also everything about the challengers and their task? Close to zero. However, if not Dusk or Cassie, then who could have possessed both a deep knowledge of the future and enough insight to manipulate it? Sunny gritted his teeth, disturbed. Not only did they know when and where we would enter the nightmare, but also a great deal more. It was how we ended up finding the ship of the chain breaker. And making it all the way here. Cassie seemed stunned. The chain breaker, she remained silent for a while, then shivered and said, her voice glum, Well then, maybe it was torment. Chapter 1360, Marooned. A grim silence settled over the open platform. Even the deaf guards seemed affected by it, shifting uncomfortably and throwing worried glances at Cassie. Knowing what he knew now, Sunny recognized the complicated emotions reflected in their eyes: love, devotion, loyalty. But also wariness and fear. He sighed, then took a bite out of a succulent fruit and leaned back. So, you guessed who the 6 plagues are too. Of course she did. Cassie always knew more than them, even if she kept it to herself. The blind girl nodded slowly. I did who they are, but not how they are. The great river is a strange place. Many things that should not be possible anywhere else are possible here. She frowned. The 6 plagues, I had to learn a lot about them since they are the main threat to fallen grace. It was hard not to draw conclusions in the process. Strangely enough, though, none of them participated in the attacks on the city during the year I've spent here. Nephi's looked at her somberly. Were you serious about what you said? That torment might be responsible for us coming here. Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then shook her head. Not really. She strikes me as someone far too wild and damaged to come up with such an intricate scheme. She's dangerous, though. After the Dread Lord, she has to be the most dangerous of the plagues, simply because of her foresight. So, there was no answer after all. Sunny was still unable to learn who it was that had been manipulating the nightmare unseen, showing terrifying knowledge of fate and the future. There was another problem facing them currently, though not good. Meeting Dusk might have turned out entirely differently from how Sunny and Nephi's had imagined it, but their overall goal remained the same. They had to conquer the nightmare, but first, they had to find the members of the cohort. Their last theory was that each challenger except for Nephi's had been sent into the body of a powerful defiled champion, who might or might not have been the future version of themselves. Regardless of the true identity of the 6 plagues, that theory had been proven wrong now. After all, Cassie was right here in front of them in place of the last Sybil, Dusk, not Torment, which meant that they had no idea where the other members were. And since it had already been a year since the nightmare started, Sunny felt intense worry gnaw at his heart. No, don't think about it. Looking at Cassie, he hesitated for a while, then composed himself and asked, "You said you knew that we would arrive eventually." The blind girl nodded. "Yes, I saw us meeting in a vision." Or rather, felt it. Sunny took a deep breath. "Then what about the others? Do you know where they are?" There was one more question that he had but couldn't bring himself to ask. "Are they alive?" Cassie suddenly smiled. The melancholy shrouding her features was vanquished, her face illuminated by that smile. "Yes, of course." She froze, then coughed awkwardly. "They're alive, I mean, sorry." "Right. I should remember who I'm talking to." The blind girl was more than capable of answering questions that had not been asked yet. Her smile dimmed a little, and Cassie sighed. "I haven't wasted the whole year doing nothing, you know. Apart from making sure that fallen grace is not conquered by the defilement, I also tried to learn as much as I could. About the world, the tomb, I also tried to find the others, of course." Nephi's leaned forward, a hint of excitement in her eyes. "And," the blind girl hesitated, "I managed to determine their locations. Effie and Jet are together, here it is." Suddenly, a small shadow fell on the platform and a familiar crow landed on Cassie's shoulder. It stared at Sunny with an aggrieved expression and then cawed loudly. "Sani, Sani." It was Jet's crow echo. Staring at the bird with excitement, he asked, "They're here in fallen grace." The crow suddenly looked crestfallen. It shook its beak slightly, then cawed sadly, Stuck. Both Sunny and Nephi's looked at Cassie, worry apparent in their eyes. She sighed. "They are alive and together, but they are caught in a dangerous zone of the great river, unable to escape. I spent a lot of time trying to locate the exact coordinates of where they are marooned, but only succeeded after this echo found me. I would have tried to rescue them myself, but I am the only outsider left in fallen grace. I couldn't leave before you arrived." Sunny nodded, both relieved and concerned. It was good that Effie and Jet were together. And it was even better that Cassie had determined their exact location. The existence of the crow echo also proved that at least one of them was still alive. And yet, how could he not worry when he had just learned that they were stuck in some bizarre hazardous zone of the great river? Nephi's inhaled deeply, then asked, "What about Kai and Mordred, Anvil's son?" The blind girl frowned. "They are also together. However, their situation is worse." She lingered for a few moments and said darkly, "They are in Twilight." Sunny and Nephi's glanced at each other, confused. He suppressed the impulse to touch the crown of Twilight and asked, "Twilight, the city of the Serpent King, wasn't it destroyed?" Cassie remained silent for a while. Eventually she shrugged with uncertainty. "It is lost, but it is not destroyed. The legends say that it was devoured by time. I am not sure what it means." In fact, I am not sure about anything that has to do with King Daron and his people." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Oh, why is that?" A deep frown appeared on the blind girl's face. She pursed her lips, then said hesitantly, "Everything about them is odd. They were not riverborn, but they weren't refugees from the dream realm either. They appeared within the tomb much later than the Sybils and the Seekers, when the river people civilization had already been established and the defilement had already spread." Cassie lingered for a bit and then added, "If not for the fact that they simply can't be from Earth, I would have said that they were challengers just like us, each and every one of them.